Don't. Bear 1 second. Don't go live on thing yet. Something I need to do. Hello and welcome to the EFRA final show for the large-scale Touring Car Championship being held in Fiorano right now. Coming up very soon are the two touring car semi-finals, and following that, of course, we have a bit of a break, and then we have the final of the F1 and the main European final for the touring car. So lots of racing action, but where are they racing? What does it look like? What's the facility? Well, let's have a look. well, what a fabulous and relaxed environment it looks like. But I'm getting the impression, possibly in reality, a little bit more frenetic over in Fiorano. But to find out what's been going on, to get the temperature of the event and the temperature of the day, let's head over to young Matt McCallum. Matt, how you doing? Can't hear him. Ah, there we are.
Hello, I'm here. I'm in the pit lane. Can you hear me, Nick?
I can now, yes.
Warm-up laps are happening. This is fast and this is furious. Section chairman Ian Oddy is overlooking. Everything good, Ian?
Yeah, everything's good.
Everything's good. We are literally going to be going to the first semi-final, which is semi-final B, which has Emmanuel D'Amico on pole, Bernard Alantinaldi, Constantine Marone, and Giovanni Verbrugge. And don't forget, Giovanni Verbrugge actually won this championship last time we were here several years ago. But I think it's about time to go over to the racing pretty soon. They're coming in.
Oh, they're coming. Well, so you've got half lap. So just give us an idea. I mean, how close was the qualifying?
Qualifying-wise, the two guys on pole are absolutely untouchable, and all the legends that we know, all the names we know, have really struggled. Marcus Feldman will be on second. As this type of qualifying, we know the first two drivers go straight through, and everyone else is battling to fill up the grid on the final in the next two semis. So the first two places on the grid are filled.
Well,
as
and
cars
it's now
are
time
being
to go
filled
down
up.
to Frank as we're getting ready to roll out. The cars being filled up, as you say, and we'll go over to Frank McKinney with the commentary on the B semi-final for the large-scale touring car European Championship 2022.
By the mechanics. You can see Ian Oddy from EFRA and BRCA observing the mechanic work. Mechanics are refueling for this 30-minute semi-final. The top four will advance automatically to the final and join Marius Hetland and Marcus Feldman, who are already qualified directly into the final. And yes, that is a Lightning McQueen body out there. Car 0 this race. And they're being called out. There's Alessio Mazzeo. And this is a formation lap. They're being led out by Emmanuel D'Amico. In the car 1, we've got Bernard Alain Arnoldi. In 2, Constantino Nicola Moroni. In 3, Giovanni Verbrugge. 4, Gianmarco Martelli in car 5. Hessel Roskam, who he's talked to for quite some time yesterday. Make sure and watch that clip back, that section of the live stream back yesterday. Mirko Grigic, Stefan Strasser, Rick Vanderbilt, and Adam Westholm are bump-ups from the quarterfinal B, and they're all on the track, and we're less than about 10 seconds away from starting. What are the mechanics doing? They're just repositioning, just making sure that they're in the correct spot and not too far forward. And there we go, Teodoro from Amsky lowering the Italian flag to start the race. 3 seconds. Raises the flag, and they are off. So far, numerical order. Going around the infield into the Omega and across the kink for the first time. Top 4 cars are going to advance directly into the final. So we're going to watch the car 4 and 5 going into the first corner now. The green, white and green and the white and orange cars. Slight gap to the first 3 cars, but this is our battle for 4th. It's already a 4-car battle going in the first hairpin. The second hairpin, number 4 car, that's Verbrugge, followed very closely by Martelli, then Roskam and Grigic. And they're catching the number 3 car, Moroni. See how this battle develops. We are watching them very closely. I'm sure Javier, our race referee, is watching them even more intently. 4 and 5, even closer together now, losing a few car lengths to that car 3. This is a 30-minute race. You can see drivers and their mechanics watching intently. They're going to be paying very close attention in the last dying minutes of this race to see how fuel and engine tuning and setups last. We had some amazing insights to the tuning and all aspects of these cars yesterday from Hessel Roskam and Alessio Mazzeo, who's in this race. Vaselli in the next one. These guys nose to tail. And if you were following us earlier, our semifinal our quarterfinals with Klug and Mazzeo, absolutely super intense. Mazzeo not making a single mistake and holding off Klug to take the win. And they were nose to tail, just like this, for 20 minutes. This is a 30-minute race, though, so anything can happen, and even more so in the final 10 minutes as tires wear out, engine tuning changes, and driver fatigue starts to set in, especially for these guys who are bumping up. They've already run a 20-minute race, all the racers who started from 7th to 10th, and now they've got a 30-minute race to deal with. 4 and 5, nose to tail, going down the main straight. In the first corner, very high speed. We saw cars hitting 88 kilometers an hour. That's 55 miles an hour. And across the kink, into the first hairpin. Into the second hairpin. Absolutely no mistakes from either of these two. Verbrugge and Martelli. It's like they have a tow rope between them. Verbrugge distancing Martelli by maybe a car length or so. Top 3 cars all still in order. D'Amico, Arnaldi, and Moroni. We're concentrating on the 4th and 5th of Verbrugge and Martelli. Roskam in the 6th, next behind, then Grigic. Into the second hairpin. Around commentator's corner, across the Tricolore. Timing loop. There's 2 loops, Tricolore one, the Italian colored one. Here's our first main loop, and we do have a backup loop, which is the white line immediately after it. It looks like Verbrugge is catching up slightly to Moroni. So we could have a 3-car battle for 3rd. And I'm curious, as I'm sure you all are, how Martelli is going to handle this, because if he can get past both cars and get himself into 3rd, of course, he's going to take that. We've got the 6 and then the 7. Roskam and Grigic immediately behind. That Omega and the hairpins, very important to the passing areas. It's going down the main straight. Hardly anything separating them. Verbrugge and Martelli separated by about 4/10 on track as they cross the line, and even closer now. Did Verbrugge make a mistake, or did Verbrugge or Martelli able to just break it just a tiny bit later? And now Martelli under some intense pressure from Roskam in that yellow and red machine. Most of the cars running Alfa Romeo bodies. Didn't have enough time with our top drivers in the control tower yesterday to find out about aerodynamics. But as you can see, if you're a Nitro racer or familiar with the Nitro RC, there are no holes cut in the windscreens of these cars. It's a full windscreen, so quite a lot of downforce. Roskam really putting the pressure on Martelli, as Verbrugge has gotten a bit of distance from Martelli now. Maybe, it looks like, possibly, Martelli's running slightly defensive line to make sure that Roskam doesn't try to throw a pass in. These 3 cars, the white and green, the white and orange, and the yellow and red, running nose to tail almost, 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. It's also their car number, so they have not shifted in car position. And in fact, no one is out of position. D'Amico way ahead, almost a full straight. It's about 2.8 seconds ahead of former European champion Bernard Allen Arnoldi. 3 seconds now. Moroni, another 1.1 seconds behind, and then this group. Well, Verbrugge, and then this group. Verbrugge has definitely distanced Martelli. Apologies, Moroni is in third position, and he is distanced Verbrugge. And then it's Martelli in the white and green. So it looks like the green and the orange cars are coming closer together now. Something's happened with Roskam. So let's follow the green and orange cars just coming to the hut corner now into the infield. Looks like this is definitely a developing battle now again for fourth position. The number 4 and 5 cars of Verbrugge and Martelli. Hard braking into these hairpins around commentator's corner and across the finish line into that very, very quick first corner. They do brake very hard, but they're hitting over 50 miles an hour before they actually hit the brakes. Intense pressure on all of these guys because, as we heard from Alessio Mazzeo yesterday, his goal was to make, hit the podium. This isn't even his primary racing class. He's more of a Nitro touring car racer, Nitro 1/8. And here he is running large scale. He said almost basically just for fun. So the leader 3.5 seconds ahead of Arnoldi. The leader being Emanuele D'Amico from Italy, Arnoldi from France, Moroni from Italy, Verbrugge from Belgium, Martelli from Italy, Roskam from the Netherlands. And we are with Verbrugge. Still, he's made some time. He's got a gap back now to Martelli. Ooh, Martelli up on 2 wheels. Roskam has just been passed by Grigic. We're not focused on that. It's unfortunate for Roskam. I'm sure he's going to try and get the position back immediately. It's the best way to do it. We'll keep an eye on him and what they're able to do together. Looks like Grigic is gapping him. So does this mean Grigic? You might see a bright yellow or bright orange flash behind these two. You can only just barely make him out in some of the shots. But we are following the car 4 of Giovanni Verbrugge, who's in the 4th and final bump-up position with 20 minutes roughly remain, 20 and a half minutes remaining in this one. As we see the Lightning McQueen car of Adam Westholm is about to get lapped by our leader, D'Amico, running a Mecatech. He's already let him pass. We've got a dead car in just about in the infield, the blue and white car. Ooh, and that's, now our battle for 4th has just developed because Verbrugge flipped over just before the finish line. And we've got Martelli just behind him now. 4 and 5, hang on, our 3 car. I miss it as I was looking down. Our 3 car has had a crash somewhere and is in 10th. So this is actually our very, very, very close battle for 3rd and 4th. So let's see if these guys will be able to keep the pace going and not slow each other down. And we missed, unfortunately, what happened to Moroni, but he's running in 10th. He's still running. He's already a lap down, so he must have maybe gone in, or maybe there was a stop and go, or don't imagine he would have had a stop and go. But it's irrelevant to this battle because this battle for 3rd is very intense indeed. And these guys, top-level racers, Verbrugge and Martelli, Belgium and Italy. And we've got, as you can see, Marco Grigic rapidly catching them. So is Martelli, or Verbrugge, holding up Martelli by running defensive lines and allowing Grigic and even Roskam to catch them. This could be a 4-car battle for third. And only 2 are going to be happy at the end of it. Looks like these 2 cars have, Grigic getting a bit squirrely, losing some ground, allowing, whoa, and that Verbrugge flips over again. Oh, man. So, there we go. Let's follow this, the white and orange car into the Omega. There we go. This is Martelli running in third, and just behind him, about half a straight, and catching rapidly. As long as you don't get too aggressive on the throttle, we've got Grigic and Roskam. Verbrugge crashing out. I think that was off camera, and I do apologize. But we've got 17 and a half minutes left in this. Anything can happen. And as Dario Vaselli was telling me earlier, especially in the last 5 and 10 minutes, because we're going to see huge changes to the engine tuning and the tire condition of these cars. He was telling me even it's mental condition of the racers. He was saying the setup almost doesn't even matter. As long as you have a decent base setup, which all of these top drivers will, the setup doesn't even matter because it comes down to mental fortitude, holding off the pressure of the car immediately behind you, and making sure that your engine tuning stays consistent. So we're following Gianmarco Martelli, who's got Marco Grigic. Again, rapidly catching him. Roskam has fallen off the pace of these 2 now. I think Martelli, I think Grigic just made a mistake. And that's Martelli passing Adam Westholm, car number 10. One of our bump ups from the quarterfinals. As he goes down the main straight, down the main into the first corner, 81 kilometers an hour for Martelli. Ooh, and up on 2 wheels. That lets both Westholm and Grigic make up some time. Several car lengths there, because you have to get off the throttle, and suddenly, here's our battle going down the main straight into the first turn. 80 kilometers an hour. They're holding their pace. They're definitely not doing qualifying pace. They're doing fastest lap is 18.5. Dario was telling me you can do 18.2s, but you won't be able to maintain it. You have to dial it back a bit. You can't drive 10 tenths. It's not qualifying anymore. This is a much longer race than a 10-minute qualifier. Into the Omega, across the kink. Keep it clean, keep it off the grass so you maintain your traction for the next several turns. And second hairpin around the commentator's corner, the 5 and the 7. Martelli, Grigic, this is the battle for third, coming into the infield now. Around the Omega, across the kink once again. Now the painted curbs that you see, those are painted garden paving slabs, so they're not serrated like you would find on a full-scale circuit that does Formula One or touring car racing. So they don't actually lift up the car, but there's so much, they're painted with grippy paint, and then there's so much rubber that has been laid down on all of the curbs. I think that was a bit of a weird curb hop by Martelli there, allowing Grigic to get just a bit closer, maybe half a car length or so. It comes around commentator corner just in front of us across the Tricolore timing loop. 80 kilometers an hour again into that first corner. So they're maintaining their speed. Dario was telling me these guys are absolutely on the edge of tire grip, especially at the very end of the race. engine tuning because of the heat. It's currently 36 degrees outside in the shade. Track temperature about 52 degrees. Very, very hot, very, very tense, and a 30-minute race as well. 5 and the 7 of Martelli and Grigic going down the main straight, nose to tail. Not far behind them, about a full straight, is Hessel Roskam waiting to pick up the pieces. If these two should come together, go off into the grass, or take each other out somehow. This is touring car racing after all. Roskam getting past the Lightning McQueen car of Adam Westholm. So now there's nothing between him and this battle coming into the Omega and into the first hairpin. A little bit more gap now between these two. I think Martelli is maybe realizing he doesn't need to run the defensive lines. Just keep it on the black stuff, shiny side up as you go down the main straight. And absolutely clear track ahead of them until Arnoldi, who is running in second in the number 2 car. The number 1 car is even further ahead. Just trying to spot him on track. Yeah, the number 1 car, a couple seconds ahead, maybe 3 seconds, as these two go across the kink once again. The point is, ooh, that was almost an attempt at a pass. And Grigic taking the wide line there. Maybe just trying to, because if, maybe just taking it back a bit, maybe that was an intentional wide line coming out of the last turn, because if Martelli runs a bunch of defensive lines, that's going to let Roskam catch up to him. Let's see if we can zoom out just a bit so we can see the next car behind these two. You can see Roskam there just entering the infield. There he is on screen. Those 3 cars, that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So if my point is if Martelli runs a bunch of defensive lines for a few laps, that's going to slow him and Grigic down and let Roskam catch Grigic, which maybe that's what he wants to do, because then Grigic will have to run defensive lines. Or is the track in the last 11 minutes now? Oh, and Grigic has just gone off at the last corner. Roskam now past him, so let's focus on Roskam and Grigic going into the Omega now, across the kink. Grigic, no traction, taking it easy. He's got grass all over his tires. It should be burned off by now. Roskam was telling us at least half a lap you have no grip after you run off track. So Roskam, we could see that he was already catching Grigic just very slightly. Is Roskam going to be able to now catch Martelli, or is Grigic going to be able to catch Roskam? Let's focus on that middle car between them of Roskam, the yellowy gold car, and red going into the first hairpin. Number 6 going into the second hairpin. 6 and 7, this is the order that they started in anyway, and they've got the leader coming up on them to lap them all. So, of course, they're going to be called by Javier, our race referee, verbal blue flags. Announcements that only the drivers can hear. There's a speaker just for the referee to talk to the drivers. Doesn't go out on the general public announcement system. So Roskam going into the first hairpin. And then the second. Grigic, a little kind of a weird steering moment there. Maybe he's just checking what kind of grip he's got on his front tires in these last 9 minutes now. 9 minutes remaining in this one. So this is where Dario said it's going to get very, very interesting, and I'm sure he is watching, and all of the semifinal racers are watching very, very closely to see how the engine tuning is holding up, how the tires are holding up. There's no color marking on these tires, so it's easy to see what compound everyone is running. But if you have a teammate out there that you know is running soft, ultra soft, or super soft. Oh, and Roskam spins out. That allows Grigic past. So we are on Martelli. The number 7, as the number 8 flips over in front of us. Stefan Strasser, unfortunately, as Marshall, I'm sure, is running to him. But is that going to affect Grigic here? He's going to pass him. We'll see his mechanic on screen. Nope, no problem at all. Might take his attention away, but he probably was forewarned of that crash by his mechanic acting as spotter. And also, the race referee also calling that out to the drivers on the stand. Martelli crossing the finish line. He's now 4 seconds ahead of Grigic, who is, well, several seconds ahead of Roskam. Following Grigic, the car number 7. Roskam, 4 cars behind. Roskam has just been lapped by the number 2 car of Arnoldi. So the running order now, D'Amico on his 73rd lap, Arnoldi also on his 73rd. Martelli just crossed to finish his 72nd lap. Grigic just finished his 72nd. Roskam just crossed now as well. So it's quite a spread. Between Arnoldi and Martelli, 2nd and 3rd, there's 12 seconds. Between Martelli and Grigic, 3 and a bit seconds, almost 3 seconds. And then we have Grigic and Roskam. That's our battle for 4th. We're on Grigic, who is on our 4th and final bump-up position. Roskam, unfortunately, not even on the same screen as Grigic as he comes down the main straight and into that first corner. 83 kilometers an hour, so slightly faster than the other guys. Grigic actually just a couple seconds behind Martelli. So this could become a battle for 3rd. There's 6 minutes remaining, so it seems like he is catching Martelli. So we could see Martelli in very quickly on the screen again. Roskam looks like he's falling back further, unfortunately. Grigic going into the infield around the Omega. And that white and orange car you can just see is Martelli in the number 5. A developing and possible battle for 3rd, which, as we've seen, could turn into a battle for 4th once again. Right, so the order still is D'Amico, Arnoldi, Martelli, Grigic. Van der Bol has taken over from Roskam. Roskam's fallen down to the 8th position off camera. So very bad luck for him. He's not going to be bumping up, it looks like. 18.5 consistent laps, 19 second laps now. Everyone has kind of slowed down a bit, it looks like. Well, we kind of knew this would happen because it's the last 5 minutes of the race. Actually, we got 4 1/4 minutes left. And we are following Marco Grigic. His next challenger behind is car 9, who's about half a lap behind, or maybe about a third of a lap. Just had a stop-go way off camera. Not sure what happened there, but that's all right. So Grigic, that's the leader once again, about to come around and lap him down the main straight. I think he's probably just going to wait until the referee actually calls it. Unless his mechanic tells him. Mechanics acting as spotters, marshals, mechanics, and more. There he goes. He lets him by. Oh, has Grigic. Grigic has run out of fuel. Grigic has just run out of fuel, and Vanderpool is now past him into fourth. Oh, tragedy. Here we go. That's exactly what we were talking about. 3 minutes remaining, and he's run out of fuel. This is exactly what we were talking about. This could exactly happen in the final, which is also a 30-minute race. Vanderpool now, the car number 9. He's got Roskam somehow has leapt up from 8th into 5th. So where's Roskam? Roskam. Okay, so Vanderpool across the kink now into the red number 9 car, going into the second hairpin. The next car behind him, that's Hessel Roskam in the car 6. This is our battle for 4th. 2.5 minutes remaining. It suddenly exploded. So let's see what the last lap times were. 19.5 seconds pretty much for everybody except for Maroney. Cars running out of fuel everywhere at the end of the straight. Who was it? That was one of our leaders, I think. Car number 4 has just run out of fuel for Brugge. It is fuel running out carnage. Wow. So what is it as Vanderpool and Hessel Roskam cross the line? So it's still those two in 4th and 5th. D'Amico is out. Our leader has just run out of fuel. I think that was the car at the end of the straight. So Arnaldi is now our new leader. Martelli's now in 2nd. Vanderpool now in 3rd. Roskam has just run out of fuel. Roskam out. Maroney's taken over 4th. It's carnage. Let's go to the start-finish line, Jude. Pick up Arnaldi, our current leader. Everyone has slowed down. 20-second laps. 20.3 for Arnaldi. He's got a lap on Martelli, so he can slow right down. These guys are treading water as they're coming across the finish line. Look how slow they're going. No chance of flipping over or traction rolling. And we are down to 6 runners from 10 just a couple of laps ago. 5 runners. Was that Strasser has also run out, so we're down to 5. 4 of them on the straight now. Javier's telling them, take it easy. I'm sure they're all aware. Wow, 20 seconds remaining. We've got Arnaldi, Martelli, Vanderpool, and Maroney. Wow. If one more car flames out or runs out of fuel, we're going to have a Lightning McQueen car in the European Championship final. Arnaldi's still holding on. He's got 94 laps. He's on his 95th at the moment. And these guys are trickling their way around the track. Oh, and up on 2 wheels. That's Maroney, just gone into the pits. He's out. 4 cars running. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, everyone is finished. Everyone's finished, so sorry. That was Westholm, Lightning McQueen not making it. So we've got Arnaldi, Martelli, Vanderpool, and Maroney bumping up into the final. And that is it. We'll be right back.
Well, that was certainly dramatic towards the end there. Yeah, so we lost half the field, ran out of fuel. Marko Grigic with 3.5 minutes to go. It's a bit of a surprise about Marko running out because he's the current reigning world champion. Won in 2019 in Villarreal. There's your final result. Bernard Arnaldo, double European champion, won. Gianmarco Martelli was 2nd. Rick Vanderpool was 3rd. And Constantine Maroney, who actually himself, I think, had a problem and lost a lap, kept going. So good information for the guys in the second final. They will have a chance to really get an idea about perhaps taking it easy to begin with. They were running out from quite a long way out. It's the hot weather. That's the thing. Oddly, the cars have to run much richer fuel. Otherwise, the two strokes will not work quite so well. So they're running rich. They have run half an hour before. It's a very complicated sport, this large-scale touring cars. So much so we've made a little video for you to explain all about it.
For the biggest, most realistic on-road modelled racing on the planet, you can't do any better or go any bigger than large scale. Modelled on full-size touring car racers, these are 1/5 scale, fully functional models that are over a metre long and can hit speeds of up to 70 kilometres an hour on a scale racetrack. With mid-mounted petrol two-stroke engine and at over 10 kilos in weight, these cars rely on real disc brakes on all four wheels to come to a controlled stop. Large-scale touring cars require the largest scale racing tracks, comparable in size to karting tracks, and featuring pit and paddock areas and pit lanes. Drivers stand on a raised platform to see the full track, and lightning-quick reactions are required to properly control the cars when battling door to door. Racing happens no matter what the weather, so racers and mechanics have to be prepared for any conditions. Like full-size racing cars, each car features a sturdy chassis, featuring machined aluminium and carbon graphite for low weight and high strength, and racing suspension, allowing racers to change rebound, spring rates, geometry, and much more. Every race is packed with high-speed action, amazing top speeds, and displays of superb driving skill. These are highly engineered racing machines, designed to compete against the very best.
Well, I'm not sure if the second semi-final coming up in 6 minutes can actually match the excitement of the first semi-final, well, the end of the first semi-final, but we'll find out. Looks like Matt is ready to talk to us with a victim or an interview. So, Matt, I'll hand it over to you for a quick chat.
Hey, Nick. Okay, first we're going to talk to one that sadly just didn't make it. Adam Westholm finished 5th. I mean, that was amazing that you even finished there.
Yeah. For the first Euros, I think it's a very good result, yeah.
Why? I mean, the challenges all the drivers are finding with the fuel. How did you manage to get through?
I don't know. I mean, we trimmed the carburetor before, and then we checked in the quarterfinals, and the fuel was no problem. So I think we had it good trimmed. So
yeah. Were you nervous in the final, in the semi?
No, not really, because I was just here to have fun. I enjoy. I mean, my goal was to go to the semi, and I went to the semi. So.
You went to the semi, and just. I mean, you're the last person to finish that didn't make it through.
Yeah, but I'm happy anyways.
You must be so happy.
Yeah.
What's next for you after this?
After this, I don't know. Just now, just chill and have a nice time.
Enjoy the final.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Adam. Well done. Cheers. Okay, so I'm going to grab you some more victims. Do we call them victims, Nick?
They are definitely victims. Yeah, definitely victims.
I'll try and get you. Everybody else I can find you from that semi has bumped up. So it shouldn't be too hard. Just give me 1 second and we'll see who we can find.
Everyone else, you either run out of fuel or you bumped up. Yeah, it was a remarkable situation. I mean, how is it? I mean, just give you an impression. How hot is it there? I mean, is it really cooking, Matt? Because that's what affects the fuel consumption.
Weird thing is, it was hotter yesterday. It was a hell of a lot hotter yesterday. Today it's a couple of degrees colder. So I'm very surprised, but I guess this is the first time they've been running for 25 minutes.
Half an hour for the touring cars.
Half an hour. So yeah, that's what's done them then. I guess they will have been thinking about this all the way through qualifying. How can they make that long distance? And I guess they will have been checking their measurements the whole time. But I was so surprised to see so many not make it through.
Yeah, the big surprise.
They'll be very mindful of that.
Yeah, we had our reigning world champion, Marco Grich, just failed 3.5 minutes from the end. It's not like just slightly getting it wrong. He's got it wrong by 3.5 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, this is, as I say, it's all about setting the engines. You have to send them richer in hot weather, which means they use more fuel. And, in a lovely cold day, there's no problem at all making half an hour of these tank fulls. Remember, you're not allowed to refuel, so it doesn't matter You can't just come and go, oh, I'm not going to make it, I'll refuel. That's just it.
Exactly. I think you could possibly just hear in the background the warm-up laps are beginning. There's several warm-up laps. I guess they'll be taking it easy. Let me see if I
think
can
they'll be doing it all.
Marcus, you must have watched that and seen how many cars dropped out.
Too many.
Yeah.
But we knew before that in these temperatures, on that track especially, the fuel will be a big problem. And unfortunately, this is not all about racing anymore.
Really?
Yeah, because you have to save. Look like D'Amico. He saved fuel from the second lap, was tranquilo and not fighting, and still ran out of fuel 3 minutes before the end.
Yeah, I mean, you're surprised to see the world champion make deep. Would you have made that mistake?
You cannot do it. I'm not sure for fuel either, so that's
Really?
a big problem. Yeah.
So you'll be taking a different approach now to your final?
No, you just can go as easy as even possible without fighting, and this is what I mean. So the people will not see a final of fights, just a final of fuel saving.
Final of strategy, that's what you're the master of.
But we will see. I hope the best.
Thanks, Marcus. There's mighty Marcus Feldman. Can't be much longer now for these warm-up laps to get into the semi-A. I don't know if you can still hear me if we're in the pit lane.
Yep.
You might have lost me last time.
No, we had the whole thing, Matt. We've had your marvellous dulcet tones the whole time. Marcus Feldman, of course, is 7 times European champion.
Well, actually, he told us that this will be his 11th European champion if he wins today.
I think there's some other classes.
So
in the GT class, it's 1-7.
Okay. We have the vice top qualifier in Formula One who is pitting. We don't have a translator, so I won't speak to him. But it's hot, right? Hot, very hot. Well, Formula One finals coming up soon, and this guy will be second on the grid. Ian, what are we learning about fuel?
Well, they're going to try and be efficient, aren't they? Save the polar bears.
Yeah, are you surprised to see the world champion go out so quick?
No.
Really?
Yeah, I thought 4 would finish that way, but there was 5, so.
Wow. We got to the point where we're thinking anyone that finishes makes the final.
There is a chance of that. I think there's going to be some more strategy in this race now.
They've learned.
We're taking it easy from the start, not racing straight away.
Thanks a lot, Ian.
Well, yeah, it is all about fuel consumption. We're about to see another fuel consumption race for the second semi-final. And any minute now, we're going to go over to young Frank McKinney, who has all the news as the cars will roll out to start this, well, now very worrying half an hour. How many will get to the end? Place your bets.
Okay, we are back with the semi-finals A. And just being told by the race referee that cars 3 and 5 are going to have a stop and go in this race. But as we've seen in the last race, which I really hope everyone saw, the semifinal B, it's all up in the air anyway until the last 5 minutes. So what we've got here is all the cars have been brought into the pit lane. The mechanics have refueled very, very carefully and making sure to refuel. Ian Audi, our EFRA official in the pit lane, very carefully watching everyone. Cars are going out in numerical order for their formation lap. And they're being counted out and shuffled out the pit lane. We're going to be starting this race in about 30 seconds. So in this one, we've got Andrea Catalani from Italy, Eduardo Ripetti from Italy, Dario Vaselli from Croatia, Cedric Prevost from France, Sindre Undheim from Norway, Tom Huck from Germany, and our bump-ups from the previous race, Ambrosio Vender, Alessio Mazzeo, Sasha Klug, and Kevin Tolinars. And I'm pretty sure I heard cars 3 and 5, that's Vaselli and Undheim, have a stop and go for changing their engine because you're only allowed one engine for qualifying and the finals. And we see Teodoro from Amsky at the end of the straight. As soon as he lifts that flag, we're off, and there they go. Slow start for our Catalani. So that's the first time we've seen someone get a bad start, really, in these finals. So we've got 2, 4, 3, and 1. So let's follow these guys around for a couple of laps. Catalani going very tenderly. Oh, okay. They're doing their stops. Oh, no, Vaselli's already done his stop and go. Catalani doing an engine tune. He's half a lap down now. There's going to be a full lap down in a moment. Oh, and that is number 4 of Prevost over in the second hairpin. Someone else coming in, the other number 5 car of Undheim for their stop and go. So massive amounts of changes already. We've got Ripetti, I believe, in the lead. The car 7, the orange and green car. And then we've got a third battle for third with 4 and 6. So let's follow the yellow and orange cars going into the across the kink now. We've got a huge battle for 5th, which Dario has just taken from the car 8 of Matseo. These guys doing 19 second laps, high 18s. Which is probably not going to last, because as we saw in the last race, 3 or 4 minutes to the end, cars just started dropping like flies. We've got 36 degrees outside. The engines are running super hot. Engine tuning will be changing as the race goes on, and we've got a battle for 4th now going into the first corner. The 2 orange and blue cars, they're just into the infield going into the Omega now. The lead car is car number 6 of Tom Hawk, and the car immediately behind is Dario Vaselli, former large-scale off-road European champion. We're going to see him next week in Austria, but right now he's not even thinking about off-road and jumps or anything like that. He's thinking about getting past Tom. He started in 3rd. He had a stop and go for an engine change. And there is a lot of crashing happening behind. That is pretty normal for RC touring car racing, or RC touring car racing in general. But we're concentrating on these 2 going down the main straight and into the first corner. Jude going into the Omega. The orange and blue cars. The orange and blue cars. Forward, forward, forward. Into the hairpin now. Those 2 cars. That's our battle for 4th. Okay, sorry, we have some communications difficulties. We are working on it. But meanwhile, on camera, we've got car 0 of Tolinars in 6th, who we're following on screen. Off camera, we've got a battle for 4th developing between the car 3 and 6 of Vaselli, who has now passed into 4th. He's gotten ahead of Tom Hawk. Coming out of the Omega and across the kink. So these guys doing high 18s. Ambrosio Vendor doing 18.5. Vaselli doing high 18.9. Matteo 18.9. So Vaselli was telling me that he's no one's going to be doing qualifying pace, which was 18.2 was the fastest lap that we saw. So low 18s. So not sure if Jude, our cameraman, can hear me yet. We're trying to get to the second hairpin. There we go. Okay, that is Dario Vaselli going down the main straight and into the first corner. A couple of laps ago, apologies to our viewers, we just lost communications to Jude for a couple minutes there, so we weren't able to follow the battle properly. But this is Dario Vaselli. He's just passed Tom Hawk from Germany. Vaselli was telling me that the racers in the semifinals and the finals are doing 30-minute races now instead of 10-minute qualifying or even 20-minute quarters and eighth semis, finals, sorry. So mid to low 18s are too fast, basically, because they only have a certain amount of fuel, and fuel needs to be, just like Formula One, fuel needs to remain in the fuel tank or carburetor for the scrutineers to check. And the top 3 cars do have the fuel checked. So Vaselli catching Cedric Prevost in that yellow car, just flashing ahead as he's coming into the infield and around the Omega and across the kink into that first hairpin and that second hairpin. Dario, I'm sure, driving it smart, not wanting to make too many lunges and force Cedric to drive defensively, because that will slow them both down. So either get up to Prevost's rear bumper and stay there until Tom Hawk starts to threaten, or just make a quick pass and start pulling away from Prevost, because he is catching him. We'll check what his gap is. At the moment, it's 1.1 seconds. When they cross the line, it is now 1 second. So he's making up a tenth that last lap, but he's visibly closer now. Prevost may have gone a bit wide. So let's keep the yellow and the orange and blue car on screen. These two, this is our battle for third. Coming into the infield, around the Omega, across the kink. The gap between them now only, that's 0.8 of a second last time they crossed the line. See what it is just now. Even closer, 0.6. So Dario is definitely catching him 0.2 of a second a lap at the moment. If Prevost, his last lap was a 19.1. See if he starts driving defensive as Dario gets closer and closer. Now 0.7. So he didn't gain any time. Seems like maybe Prevost has pushed his pace up a bit. These guys driving maybe 6 or 0.7 instead of 0.10. The gap last time still 0.8 actually. But definitely, well, he's maintaining that gap map maybe. I'm sure he is aware that Tom Hawk is well behind. He's about a third of a lap behind. Tom Hawk just crossing finish line now. He's almost 5 seconds behind Dario. So Dario can safely just stay in this position and maybe pressure Prevost into a mistake and take the second to last bump up position. It's the top 4, remember, that bump up into the final from this semifinal B, or semifinal A, sorry. The bump ups from the quarterfinals were Alessio Mazzeo, Sasha Klug, and Kevin Tolinars. They're currently running. Mazzeo has moved up 1 position. Klug is just ahead of him in 6th spot. Catalani after that engine tune. It's worth it to Catalani. Well, I'll just finish the sentence before I move into another thought. Catalani had a very slow start, which made him go into the pits at the end of the first lap and get an engine tune, which apparently is allowed. I wasn't aware of that. It's the first time I've actually seen that happen. And then continued on. So he's started 2 laps down. We started 1 lap down, and now he's 2 laps down from the leaders. So, however, it's worth it to stay out and see what happens in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Because, as I was saying earlier, Dario gave some very interesting insight, because we saw all of the top racers watching the lower finals earlier today with some interest, because it's the last 5 or 10 minutes of the race that really, really amp up the stress and the excitement. So if you watched our previous semifinal B, you will know exactly what I meant. So comments in the chat asking, is Ian Audi racing? No, he's an EFRA official this week. He told us he will be racing in Austria, though. Next week we are covering the large-scale off-road European Championships from Fehring in Austria. Always a good time there in the middle of the cornfield or watermelon field or whatever it is they're growing this time. We're still with Dario, as he's basically just following and pacing Cedric Prevost. They're both doing 18.5 for Prevost that last time and 18.8 for Vaselli. So Dario just pacing him, just keeping it steady, doing the old lift and coast thing, because apparently, especially down the straight, Hessel Roskam was telling us yesterday in a very enlightening chat that we had with him over about an hour between and during some of the lower finals. You can do the lift and coast down the main straight and not really lose all that much time. I'd imagine probably about halfway down the straight, once you reach your top speed, because these are just single speed cars, once you reach top speed, which is pretty quick, just lift off and coast, and then brake at the very, very end of the straight, and you don't really lose all that much time. So it's probably what these guys are doing. There's 17 and a half minutes left in this one. Not quite at halfway yet. Dario going into... Oh, Cedric is trying to lap, or has he already gotten past? I think he's already gotten past the 0 of Kevin Tolinars. So Dario is next. Dario running 4th in the final bump-up position. Cedric running 3rd in the, obviously, the 3rd bump-up position. So while these guys are kind of just pacing each other, let's see if we can find the car 2 of Edoardo Repetti. Because I'll need to get familiar with his paint scheme anyway. The car 2 is just coming in the first hairpin now, and then now the second hairpin. So we'll follow Eduardo for a little bit, the white, blue, and yellow car into the first corner. Apologies for that. We are experimenting today. Yeah, so Repetti across the finish line to finish his 44th lap. He did an 18.7 that last time. Ambrosio behind him did a 20-something second and backed that up with an 18.9. So I shouldn't say back it up, but he followed up with an 18.9. We do have a battle for 5th place, which is could be interesting. Let's go to the Omega, and the orange fronted car followed by the, well, I suppose it's almost sky blue, number 9 of Sasha Klug. These guys going into the first corner. Sasha, absolutely, I mean, he must be the most intense person ever on the track, because he stayed absolutely glued to Alessio Mazzeo's back bumper for 20 solid minutes in their quarterfinals, And he's doing exactly the same to the car 6 of Tom Hawk. So this is a battle for 5th. It's not a bump-up battle, but this is just maybe, I suppose, like a demonstration maybe of how intense the racing can get. And these guys are doing what they do last time, 18.8 and 18.7. 1/10. This is what 1/10 of a second looks like on track. That's a 1/10 of a second difference between them. See what the gap is this time. And it's 4/10 that's across the line. But we're back to, yeah, that's a 1/10 now. So, Klug, I'm sure I've seen him race before at previous European finals, championships, but the master of intensity, or certainly a master of intensity, just willing Tom Hawk to make a mistake. Cut a corner, get some grass on your tires, steer a little bit too much, and bicycle up and have to come off throttle as the car 0 is being pulled into the pits. It's unfortunate for Kevin Tollenaars from the Netherlands. He's been pulled off, and looks like that is it for Kevin. As we're still watching Tom and Sasha, it's not really a battle. It's just, well, I suppose it is a battle. It's a battle of wills. And keep in mind that Sasha Klug is oh, there we go. There's the pass. That's 5th place. Sasha Klug, that car 9, that sky bluey green. And now let's see. This will be interesting now. So let's see what he's instantly gapped him already. A lap, not even a lap later. So able to stay on the pace of Tom and pressure him into just going literally 1 car width wide into the second hairpin, dive bombed and took a clean pass for 5th place. And that puts him in a good position to capitalize on any of the top 4 guys later in the race if their engines or tire situation changes, which we, again, saw happen to over half the field in the semifinal B. So Klug doing 18.9 that last lap. Hawk trying to get his position back with an 18.8. Oh, and he goes 2 wheels up for Sasha. So that means Tom is just a bit closer now. He was 4/10 behind before. Well, he's still 4/10 now. So no real change. I think they were both coming off throttle anyway. And maybe Tom didn't want to dive bomb underneath that. So he held off on the throttle too. So who knows? We don't see telemetry from these guys, unfortunately. That would be maybe the next step. Maybe next year, next time, we'll have live telemetry from the radios. Yeah. We have some clever minds behind us here.
Not us, though.
Yeah, not us. Other people. We outsource our cleverness. And hopefully insource the further cleverness. So Klug leading Tom Hawk. Now Tom is putting on a bit of pressure. Ooh, Tom getting a bit weird there with the steering. Now he's lost a bit of pace. Maybe he got a bit loose. I mean, he was steering straight at us in the control tower, so a little bit hard to see. So Klug, he was 6/10 ahead last time. He is 8/10 ahead now. It looks like he's stretching it unless he makes another mistake. 18.6, so it looks like he's putting out mid-18s. That's the fastest lap that time around. So I think he's just upped his pace a bit, just like full-size racers do. It's like, okay, let's turn the engine up, or maybe pull a bit harder on the throttle, and make a gap. And we've got 10 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to stand up because this is where it starts getting interesting. Everyone doing mid-19s in the top. They've already started slowing down. Mid-19s, 20-second laps for Vendor and Prevost. Okay, so where's Prevost on track? He is the car 4. Now this is a tricky one because we don't exactly know who to follow. Prevost going into the second hairpin because the carnage can and will start happening anywhere on track. We're going to start seeing cars slow right down. Whoa! Is that Prevost? That was Prevost getting caught up with car 7 of Vendor. I think it was going for a pass there, and that is... There we go. We got a... There's our replay. Yeah, car 7, Vendor, Ambrosio. Oh, geez. Not great there. And we're still with Prevost here. He's following car 6 of Tom Hawk. But I think he's coming up to lap him or attempt. Klug is just ahead of Hawk still. I think in all that action, Hawk and Klug got ahead. So that is Klug now challenging the car 7. So let's go to the main straight. End of the main straight is our battle for 4th. These guys have to keep it easy because if you start pulling the trigger too much, you're going to be using too much fuel. And those last 3 minutes, as we well know, incredibly important. You got to finish your race. We're going to start seeing these guys slow down. 19-2, 18-9, 19-1, 19-2, 19-2 for the top 6 or so. Klug. Oh, that was going off the track. Oh, Ambrosio. Making some mistakes. They're getting on the grass, losing traction, and letting 3 cars get ahead. So who have we got here? We got the 4, Prevost, now in 3rd place, followed by Tom Hawk, who's played the patient game. Klug behind him. Vendor then, and then car 5 of Undheim, all in the same time, all in the same area, space of track on the same lap. These 5 cars are battling for 3rd place. So let's see who can keep their strategy in place. We're following the lead guys who are battling for 3rd, Prevost and Hawk, but immediately behind them, about a half a second, is Klug and then Vendor. And about a second behind them is Undheim. Mazzeo has just been lapped by our leader. He's about a half a lap behind these guys. But as I said, it's worth it to just keep steady. These guys know the drill. I'm sure they're being calmed down by their pit crew. 6.5 minutes remaining. The carnage is going to start happening any second now. The 4 and the 6, Prevost and Hawk into the second hairpin, around commentator's corner, across the Tricolore. That is the official finishing loop around the Omega and across the kink. You can just about see right now, you can just about see Klug and Vendor also in the shot. They're waiting to also pick up the pieces. Everyone is waiting to pick up the pieces should the leading 4 cars implode, meaning run out of fuel, lose a massive amount of traction in their tires as they use up their tires. Did they go too soft? Did they go too hard? More likely if they would have gone too soft. 36.6 degrees. We've got a dead car on the main straight. Marshall picking him up. Who's that? The car 6 of Hawk. He's already out. So we've got Klug chasing down the car 4 of Prevost. Hawk, our first real... And we got another car. Who's that at the end? Who's on our slow lap? I can't see. This is why they have binoculars somewhere else. The car 8, Maceo. Oh, our friend Alessio. He's gone. He's not going to figure anymore. And they cannot be refueled. They cannot be refueled. They can be tuned, but not refueled. So that is it. You're only allowed 700 cc's of fuel. And now these drivers well aware that brightly colored cars are being stranded in the grass. Their mechanics telling them, take it easy, take it easy. Low 19-second laps. No one going into 20 seconds yet. We got another dead car. Is that Klug? Klug is out. No, it's not Klug. It is Vendor. Yes. Tragedy, tragedy all over. The same story again. Klug and chasing down Prevost into the first corner. This is the only on-track battle. So these guys doing 19 flats, both of them. I'm surprised they haven't lifted off the pace. Klug is in a safe position. Well, not that safe, actually, because the car 5 of Undheim is a couple seconds behind. So, I don't know. If I were Klug, maybe just back off and just save a tiny bit of fuel. Prevost, Klug, and then Undheim, Catalani. Remember our pole position man who started off very slowly from pole and then had to get an engine tune. He's running in 6th now. It may play into his hands. Klug is out now. Klug's out. The 9 car now out. Run out of fuel. We're down to 5 cars running. The dire warnings from Dario Vaselli, who's currently running in 3rd still, all coming true. And he's not far behind our leader either. 1.7 seconds behind. And of course, the final starting positions decided by best finishing pace between these guys across the 2 semifinals. So now everybody's starting to do mid to high 19s. We have a couple. We have their first 21-second lap by 4th place, Sindre Undheim from Norway, slowing right down, creeping around the track. Number 4, Prevost is out. Prevost is out of fuel. We now have 4 running drivers. So now this is it. It's like a game of chicken to see who can be the last 4 cars running. Much less battling for 4th. It's to be the last 4 cars running. Oh, and number 5, Undheim, also out of fuel. So we got 3 cars running. So, currently, Rapetti, Vaselli, and Catalani, our poleman, who had to stop and fuel. And remember, Vaselli actually stopped for a stop and go as well, because he had to do an engine change. Rapetti just behind him. So this is, yeah, Vaselli is leading the race. So I'm very curious why he passed him. Why not just stay behind? But again, like I said, they are, it's starting order for the final. Vaselli doing an 18.9. He's the only one doing an 18 in the 18 seconds. 19 flat, and then a 20.1 for Catalani. The last 3 drivers on the track. 1, 2, and 3. Not in that order. It's actually 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds to go. This lap and 1 more. Even for Catalani, who's way behind these guys. This lap and 1 more. They're not backing off now. 19.1, quite confident in their fuel. 18.9 and 18.8 for Vaselli and Rapetti. They're playing a real game of chicken. as they're going into the infield around the Omega. And, no. This is onto the grass for Rapetti. And that is it for the first two positions. Rapetti's out of fuel now. That was actually perfectly timed. No, he's going. So that is it. That was our semifinal A.
Well, that was another even more remarkable one than the last time. Yes, crazy, I think, is the only thing you can say about that one. We ended up with 3 cars actually running. As you can see, that's not the final result on the centre of the screen. The final result was on the far side of the screen, where you had Vaselli, Rapetti and Catalani actually making distance. Undheim qualified for the final despite running out of fuel. So that's a bit weird. But it's going to obviously open it up for the main final, when we're going to see it even hotter conditions, and we may see some problems. Anyway, we're going to go and run around, try and find some people to talk to, some interviews to make. But in the meantime, how about a word from our sponsors?
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Welcome back to the EFRA large-scale track Euros from Fiorano and also here in, the UK studio. Secret location, not telling you where it is. I am now joined by one of the stars of large-scale touring car racing from a few years ago. He's gone and done different things now. It's Martin Lisser. Martin, how are you?
Hi, very good.
Yeah, first of all, I was looking back in the records, and because I was convinced you'd won the European Championship, but obviously you've just been in lots of finals. What was your best ever result in the Euros in large scale?
It's second place runner-up. So I won the Formula One Euros once,
Ah,
and then I had some, I don't know, 4 or 5 podiums for fifth scale, but never won the Euros. The Worlds though.
No, well, that's it. So you won the World Championships, even better. You know,
Yeah.
we try and talk about Euros, but no, it is all about the Worlds. I take it you saw Did you see the two semi-finals?
Yeah, I just watched like the last 5 minutes of the two finals, but seems like people are struggling to not running out of fuel.
So explain to us, obviously, as a guy who's run in many conditions around the world, what is it that suddenly means these cars that have no issue running half an hour all the time just start running out of fuel when it gets warm?
Yeah, I mean it's especially because you're running on gasoline, so it actually expends a lot. So when you run a full fuel tank, and it starts to expand, so like the fuel just run out of the overflow of the fuel tank. So I guess that's like the main problem. It's not like the engine is using too much. It's actually because you're not running the 700 cc as you're allowed, because maybe 50 or 60 cc is just floating out of the fuel tank. I guess that's the main problem at the moment.
But it's interesting that even the reigning world champion Marco Grich, he ran out with 3.5 minutes to go. Is that just fuel seepage? Is that a driver error or tuning error? Because it's a long way back to run out.
Yeah, I mean that was the last years I also drove 1/5 was like you need to use the strategy to get through, especially the semi, to drive the 30 minutes. So you actually need to coast a lot through the race. I didn't see the start of the semis, but I guess people are pushing too much also.
I mean, how much difference is there? So if you went absolutely full at it for the whole time you could, or you were lifting and coasting, how much extra run time can you coax out of the car?
So like 5 to 7 minutes.
Oh, so yes, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing I was surprised about then, the first semi-final, we had all these problems. And in the second semi-final, I thought, well, they'll learn. We've got 10 drivers. They've seen these people all run out. They know the issue, literally off it from minute one. And we had 7 not finished. We've got a guy who's in the final who didn't even finish the semi. I mean, is that because it's getting more difficult? Is it because people are underestimating? I mean, it's really weird to me.
It's hard, right? Because you have to predict that everybody else is running out of fuel. So it's quite hard when you're starting the heat and you want to keep your position or fight for your position in the start. But you need to last the 30 minutes, and you need to rely on everybody else is fighting at the start and not running the 30 minutes. It seems like.
I mean, we're used to, we do a lot of IC work, but obviously a lot of it is the nitro engines, because it's a very different, it's a pure two-stroke, isn't it? In the large-scale touring cars, it's a two-stroke like you'd understand from a motorbike or from a chainsaw. Is that just more affected by heat? Because we didn't see that same situation in Portugal last week with the nitro IC cars. It didn't really affect them at all, the heat. They were more bothered about tyres, but here it's very much about the fuel, isn't it?
Yeah, it is for sure. It is for sure, and. Like also their power when it gets so hot like it is in Italy now, like all the clutch and all the drivetrain and everything, it just gets so hot, and it's hard to keep the car rolling. So it also uses a lot of fuel from the bearing and the whole drivetrain and that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the thing we normally talk about in any of these events is tyres. But, I'm sure they do play a part, but it doesn't really matter what tyres you've got if you can't do the distance.
Yeah, but it also looks like from the video I saw from like the past week and also from the semi, it looks like really grippy conditions. And in that case, it's also like from setup, you need to get the car not gripping so much in the corner, because then you need to put the gas on, the power on all the time to keep the car floating. So you actually need maybe to take some lap times a little bit out of the setup and make it more round to drive, so less steering. In that case, you can save fuel as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, of course, this is the first time they've run half an hour. The heats are sort of 10 minutes plus 12, 13 minutes with the warm and cool down. How much can you assess from those shorter runs about how much trouble you'll be in the longer runs? Or do you just know, I know it's Fiorano, I know it's hot, I'm going to be in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, especially for me when I drove a lot, because I always push a lot when I'm driving. So I had almost every race the problem with the fuel. So I need to take a lot of care of that while driving the finals, and need to learn how to drive that. So I mean, I spend a lot of time in practice and qualies to run a full fuel tank and understand what to do to save the fuel and yeah, like that stuff.
Yeah, thanks. What we're going to do, we're going to do now is we're going to show you a video of what I know as an RC racer is your favourite part of any EFRA event. It's the opening ceremony. The way we get to see everyone walk around, wave a flag. But actually, let's have a look at the highlights of the opening ceremony here in Fiorano.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone, especially the driver, so that came from so far. And so especially thanks to EFRA and AMSCI, the Italian Federation, to give us this very big opportunity, very big chance. And we are waiting this race from 2 years, so very long. But finally, we are here. Nice to see everyone again on the track. And so we are very happy. We enjoyed it.
How about your team? You must have a big team around you to help you achieve all this.
Yes. We have a very big team. So also I want to say thank you to every one of them, because we are more than 20, 30 persons that work on the track. So very big work. It is an hobby for us. So no one do it like a job or like a work. So everyone make something in the free time. That is a lot, but it's free time. So we are very happy too. We always try to do our best, and so we are happy when the drivers are happy. So that's it.
The track is brilliant. Weather you can't fault in Italy ever. If anything, it's too hot, isn't it? Especially for the English people like me and yourself.
And what about the atmosphere? Do you feel like people are happy just to get back to it?
Yes, the numbers are a little bit down this year, but I think the world's in a recession and the price of fuel and travel and things, so I think it's a lot of money to travel to Italy, isn't it? But yeah, the numbers are good, the atmosphere is good, we will have fun, and then next year the numbers will start coming back, I'm sure.
Who do you think might be a new face? Any new faces you think since over the last 4 or 5 years that might be cropping up that we might not expect, that we should look out for?
Marius Hetland. Yeah.
Okay, top tip, we'll look out for Marius. How are you finding the track and the facility and the general atmosphere?
Oh, I love to come here because the track is not the trickiest to drive, but it's challenging because the grip is very high and it's changing from the morning to the afternoon, and even every run is different. So this is the biggest challenge here.
Who do you think might be a challenge for you?
Well, I think especially this year, Andrea Catalani is very, very good. He's doing well in all the competitions he did. But also Marius, as a young gun, is very fast. So it's good to see the people improving and getting faster. It's a challenge.
Well, as ever, the opening ceremony delivers on the action. Now, back into Fiorano, where it's very, very... What did the word I use? Fiorano. Now, a well-known organisation is based in Fiorano, and I believe that Frank may be able to talk to some of those well-known organisations' employees. Frank, off you go.
All right, we are here at Minicar Autodromo Jody Scheckter here in Fiorano with
Corrado Iotti.
And what do you do?
Yeah, I'm one of the founder of the track, and I'm here joining the group to guarantee the best organization for this fantastic event of these fantastic and realistic models.
Oh yeah, we are really enjoying the racing here. Now we notice you're wearing a Ferrari Motori shirt. Do you work directly for Ferrari in some fashion?
Yeah. I'm involved in the development of currently of the on-road cars, and in the past of the Formula One cars, and specifically on the engines. Yes.
Wow, that sounds like an amazingly impressive job, and it must be lots of fun.
Yeah, it's really funny. Of course, a big effort because you must always be on the edge. You must always be on the top, exactly as here. And so there are a lot of similitude, let's say, on the two different fields. A lot of technique, a lot of passion is the same.
I can imagine. And so you say you were one of the founders of this track.
Yeah, we began together also with Pietro, with Angelo that is no more with us, and a lot of years ago. And we founded a society, a very small society, and we did a lot of job. And year after year, the track has grown. And so today we can host this fantastic event.
That sounds amazing. It's really good to have that sort of organization that provides such an excellent facility for us. Now the gentleman that's here with you, who is he?
Yeah, Pietro Corradini is one fantastic mechanic from Formula One in the past, and is one of the more representative guy of the old Formula One for Ferrari, for sure.
That's amazing. So what sort of era are we talking about?
Sorry, again.
But sorry, so what sort of years, what sort of era are we talking about?
I think until 80, fino a che anno? Formula 1?
My last race, 88.
88, up to 88.
Okay, now obviously, as we said, this the track is known as the Jody Scheckter Fiorano track, Mini Autodromo. So what affiliation is there with Jody Scheckter? Why was the name chosen for Jody?
This is really a question for Pietro because he is the friend of Jody, and so the reason why of the naming is for him and for his friendship with this great driver of the past.
Okay. Now, obviously, Pietro doesn't speak too much English, so would you be able to translate just a few questions for us?
For sure.
Okay, so like we were saying, he was a friend of Jody Scheckter, and obviously very famous former Ferrari driver. So how is Jody basically associated with the track?
Okay. La domanda è chiaramente la tua amicizia con Jody e come lui è associato alla pista, se ha conoscenza dell'impianto.
Sì, conoscenza dell'impianto e volevo anche quanto si poteva guadagnare intitolare il nome a lui. Ma lui non guadagna niente, ma ha avuto piacere di lasciarci nominare il circuito a suo nome, perché avevamo pensato a Gilles Villeneuve, ma c'erano tante cose di Gilles, allora l'amicizia con Jody e era l'ultimo campione del mondo a quel periodo, abbiamo pensato di intitolarlo lui.
So Jody was the last world champion at the time when we did the track, so this was first reason why. Then the friendship with Pietro, of course. And of course, he is aware of the track in Fiorano, named with his name. And Pietro said that we also thought about Gilles, but a lot of tracks and facilities are named with Gilles Villeneuve, and so we did this for Jody.
That's amazing. What an amazing honor. And so Jody Scheckter actually physically visited the track. He was aware of it, obviously.
Jody?
No, ma l'ho vista con elicottero. Look, it's my track. I speak my track. This is not my track.
I think we can figure that one out. Seemingly, so he saw it from the air, from a helicopter, and he's oh wow, that's an amazing. I mean, not just to be at the time the last world champion for Ferrari, but to see that's my track. I can drive around that if I want. So that's amazing. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy your visit today.
Thanks to you very much.
Full start TV. Thank you for your visit.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. So Ferrari royalty, literally, attending the track here. We've got Alessio, maybe. I think we can chat with him. He was having a popsicle earlier, and he's having a Coke now. Whoa. Alessio? A couple minutes? Yeah? So Dario was warning me earlier that it was going to be pretty interesting the last 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. You already know.
Yeah.
I said to you yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Would be really hard.
So what happened specifically, or can you say with your race?
We finished the fuel, but for sure we had some issue that we not discover now, because we managed from the first lap, because we saw in the first semi-final that he had super big problem with the fuel, and we just managed all the race. I think also too much sometimes, but not enough, and we finished the fuel.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw. Basically the 10 cars running down to 4, I think, in the first race, and then 3 in the last one that you were in. So, how does that? What kind of pressure does that put on you as a driver when you come down to the last 10, 8, 6 minutes of a race, of a 30-minute race? What's going through your mind, maybe, as you're aware of the time counting down?
Is really hard time, because you just hope that you make enough to save the fuel in the first 20 minutes. But sometimes you don't know if you have to push for fight or to stay keep and hope that the car behind you will be out of fuel. So in the seminar we saw 2 different shows of engine. Probably there are 2-3 guys that can make the 30 minutes one easy, and for the rest will be really, 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 really hard.
I think that was 5 or 6 reels. So incredibly difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it will be super nice to watch it. Will be crazy.
Yeah, I can. That's. It's done for you now until next week when we see you in Austria doing off-road of this scale. So, it's. Who do you think is going to take it then? Take today's win?
I don't know, but if I have to say a name, I say Repetti.
Repetti.
Yes. For me, he will win the race.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Alessio.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to have a little wander, see who we can find. Maybe Dario would be a great one to grab. There he is. He's walking towards us. He's walking towards us. Yeah. Dario, can we talk to you? Now, you warned me about an hour or 30 minutes before your race that it was going to be crazy.
It was crazy, and it will be even more crazy in the final, because in the semi, I think everybody has some tactics and it didn't want to push from the beginning. So I think in the last 5 minutes of the final will be very, very interesting. Very.
Now, I was obviously commentating on your race. I thought it was very interesting that you caught up to the leader, Repetti, and you guys weren't holding back. You were doing like 19.1 and even down to 18.8s. So were you just that confident that you had that much fuel remaining, or what was going on?
No, when we noticed also, when I noticed that the rest of the guys fell off, then we know that we are in the main, you know. So I was just wanted to see how the car will react, and also Repetti also probably seems the same thing. So yeah, we was just trying to push a little bit, make some show, let's say like this, and yeah, I didn't try. I tried to find it to get the one more place back in the final, but yeah.
That's what I was assuming, is that you. I mean, it's no matter what happened, you're in there. You're in the big show, and you're just wanting to get a place forward on the starting grid.
This was the plan, but for sure in the main will be very. This is how to say one place is a lot, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will see. It's how it is. 4th place on the starting grid. I'm happy.
That's excellent. Excellent result for you. Thank you very much, Dario. Thank you very much. All right. So I think is that back to the studio then?
It is indeed. Thank you, Frank. Great interviews there. Just for those who want a bit of background, Jody Scheckter was, of course, the 1979 F1 World Champion. And frankly, I wouldn't have left that old man alone because I've been talking about his years with Niki Lauda. Still with Martin. Martin, we talked to a couple of the drivers there. You know, it's just all been about fuel consumption, and as you say, getting the cars to work. I mean, is this a final? If you were in it, you'd be looking forward to or dreading?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a little bit special because now you have the Super Pole and you have the first you have the GQ going directly to the final. So it will be. I mean, I think Marius, he has more pace than the other guys. It looks like from the qualies, and yeah, you can always count on Feldman. So I mean, those two guys, they should be worried about the fuel for the final, and it will be great to see how the strategy will be for the 30 minutes final for them.
Just to talk about you for a while, because obviously you aren't doing large scale anymore, but you're still racing quite a lot, certainly in Denmark. What are you currently doing RC wise?
Yeah, I'm doing 1.8 off road, electric and nitro, and I'm getting my ass I'm getting my ass beaten by young guys, so it's it's quite hard. But it's really fun. I mean, we built at my home track, which is 10 minutes from my home. We built an amazing track there, and so I have pretty good practice facilities and doing some national races. And now I will try to go to the Nordic Championship, which Norwegian and Swedish and Finnish people also will come to. And yeah. So we will see, but it's really challenging. I mean, when the car is flat on the ground, it's no problem, but when you get on the jumps, it's very different to what I'm used to.
Yeah, it's that 3-dimensional thing caught me out as well. The couple of times I've tried it, and it's been disastrous, put it mildly. So we talked to a couple of the guys who work with Ferrari. I mean, how transferable do you think the things you learn for setup on a large scale car? So the large scale car is by far the most realistic as far as full scale. You look at them going round; they look much like a full scale car. Do you think there's a lot of things you can learn if you're a mechanic or an engineer from those cars that will transfer directly to full size race cars?
Yeah, and also the other way around. I mean, when the guys from SCS, they actually worked at Abt Racing. They do all the DTC races for Audi. So I'm pretty sure that the people who has knowledge for 1-to-1 racing or real car racing, they can transfer the knowledge into fifth scale for sure. I think it's harder to the other categories like electric cars and off road for sure, but for fifth scale, I think there's a lot of similarities. To those two classes, for sure, or categories, yeah.
Now, a few minutes ago, you told me how you're having your backside kicked by youngsters. Well, there's young guns in every class, and there's young guns in large-scale touring car, and I think Matt's done a little item for us, talking about the youngsters at the large-scale touring car Euros.
My name is Magna Kvalantime, and I'm 15 years old.
And what class are you racing, and how long have you been racing for?
I'm racing TC or GT, and I started when I was 8, so I've been racing half my life.
That's amazing. And how does it make you feel when you race these massive cars?
It's amazing. They're really fast, really cool, and advanced, and yeah.
And how has it been going, this event, for you?
In the beginning, it wasn't going so good. It was going okay. And yesterday, I had a big crash with the pit wall. Broke the front suspension, everything basically. And we changed it. And now the car feels much better.
That's fantastic. So where do you hope to finish?
Top 50, top 40, something like that.
We tried his hobby. Neo started when he was 8. Now he's 10. And yeah, I think he likes it very much. And I think the end of today was very unexpected.
Absolutely, yeah. Neo, tell me, how do you feel when you're racing these huge RC cars?
I feel good and excited and fun.
Now, how was today going in your finals?
It was fun and that's everything.
Yeah, and then you had some good news towards the end of the day. I mean, what's happened? Tell me the story.
So yeah, he started in the 16s. So he finished what, 3? Then he moved up to the 8, where he finished 4. But number 2 is disqualified due to the petrol. So now he's 3, and he goes to quarterfinal tomorrow morning. So yeah, quite raised up since this morning.
It must have been exciting when you found out you're going to race tomorrow.
Yeah, it was very exciting and I was happy.
Absolutely. At this age, to be racing the quarterfinals of the European Championship, you must be so happy.
Very happy for him. I mean, really, we came as a tourist just to say let's see how it goes. And yeah, he did pretty rough trials because it was very hard to find the settings. And then finally, qualifying was a bit better, but still not at the full speed. And yeah, going up and up and up. So yeah, that's great. For 10 years old, that's great.
That's amazing. Do you think you'll be able to get to sleep tonight, thinking about tomorrow?
I don't think so, but I will try.
It's really great to see youngsters doing large scale touring car. I mean, I used to joke, and I'll be honest with you, Martin. I used to joke that it was the class I was going to do when I got to about 50, but I've gone past 50. I haven't done it yet because I just like the fact you get basically. I'll tell you why. It's because as you get older, you need these things, and as everything gets bigger, you can just see it and you can hit it with a bigger tool. I mean, you know, it must be good. You must be very pleased that the youngsters are taking up large scale as well, Martin.
Yeah, that's just so cool. I mean, it's really cool to see all the young guns and also to see them join there with the family. And it's, yeah, I mean, for me, it has basically been my whole life. I have been racing with my family around the world, and I just have so many good memories from that. And yeah, I love to see people with the family at the tracks because I know they will have a good time, and yeah, it's perfect.
Great stuff. Well, actually, we're now going to be joined by another guest. It's Keenan, Lefty the Great White, who also, like me, thinks his retirement plan is large scale. Is that correct, Keenan? Oh. No, well, this is the man who runs a podcast.
Do we have audio
there we
now?
go. He's muted himself. Hey, he's the pro.
So, good morning, everybody. I love this class. I know absolutely nothing about it. But I used to earn 2 of these back in the day and do some parking lot racing. But I think I love the scale looks. I love the scale mechanics as well, like the hydraulic brakes and whatnot that they have. And there's a lot of rules too. So I've been watching this racing and how you can. It's similar to full scale racing. The rules, like if you have an engine change, you get a penalty and whatnot. So I have enjoyed the coverage, and I'd love to race these. Believe it or not, these are actually popular in Latin America. Like we have guys that race. We have a track here in Dominican Republic, and there's about 10 guys that race them here. But that's pretty popular for her. And
Well,
yeah,
there's no excuse not to then.
yeah, there's one excuse, but that will come later. You know, that's why it has to be when it's a retirement class. But I think this is great. I think the bigger class, also the bigger scale and the more realistic looks are more attractive to non-RC people as well, I would say. And it's just easier to follow. I know I was recently at Silver State and they had the 5th scale off-road cars. And they would draw, I mean, they drew the RC crowd as well as people from that were non-RC. So it was people doing the 8 scale racing, and then we would be over there watching the 5th scale. I think it's the size and the sound, and the realistic looks of how they handle, which appeals to me more than anything.
Yeah. And Martin, that's a question. Obviously, you started this, you said, very, very young. How come you ended up in large-scale touring car? Because obviously, there's a very good electric off-road scene up in the Nordics. There's an icy off-road scene, and it's a kind of lots of choices and lots of success in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. So how come you ended up in a large-scale touring car?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was because a lot of local guys from the club was racing 5th scale, and also my father was racing 5th scale. So it was quite easy to start that way. And from the first time I raced that category, I just loved it. And as just been told, it's very realistic, and I think also the racing from the 5th scale is better than any other category, because you get the close racing, and the car can take a small hit and stuff like that, and just you can have really good racing with those cars. Like if you see 1 to 10, 1 to 8 nitro, if the car touch each other, it basically breaks. And the racing are not so really realistic, I think. But for the 5th scale, it really compares to real racing, I think.
Now, you said you raced your dad. Have you gone 3 generations yet? Are your kids racing yet?
No, I have 2 kids. The older one is not into cars, but the young one is now 3 years old, and he is at the track every day with me, and he's just having fun. And I'm pretty sure I can have him driving one way.
Well, we've obviously this year we've had our first 2 generational European champions with Jonas and Marcus Kerrup, of course, who both were European champions. Now, obviously, you only have a world championship, so it's extra pressure on you to get your kids in to win a world to have our first 2-generation world champion as well.
Yeah, it's also quite cool with Jonas and Marcus, because Jonas was for me a very good friend, or is a very good friend for many years, and I raced him in electric category 110 indoor for many years, and then now I raced the off-road class with Marcus, and now he is becoming a good friend of mine, and it's just so cool to watch those guys beating the world and taking home victories at the Euros, and hopefully also competing at the Worlds. And
Now, Lefty, of course, and I realise you're in the Dominican Republic, but I always think of you as our American correspondent. And of course, the World Championship for the large-scale touring cars is taking place in Steel City, is it, in California in a few months' time?
Yeah, beautiful facility. I've never been. I've been very close to it, but never been actually in it. So it looks like a very nice facility. It's probably one of the best in the world, I would assume. It definitely looks like the best in America. I know a few guys that race 8 scale that are racing in the 5th scale side of things and the 8 scale side of things. So I think you'll see some crossover, because there's some guys out there that race off-road that will do this as well. I know Chris Nelson, he lives nearby. He'd be there. Another friend of mine, he just got a Mecha Tech. So yeah, it should be good. I'll be watching this. Will you guys be covering it? Who's going to be covering
No,
it?
it's not. I think Paul Start will be doing it, which is Laszlo's company. I think they're doing it because they're actually linked now with Marcus Feldman. Actually works them as well, so they're kind of linked together. Marcus Feldman, who obviously everyone needs to know, is of course the world's fastest dentist. That's the thing. He's sitting there. He looks like a lovely man, but deep down he's a dentist. What can you say? Anyway, so Lefty, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, how much? I mean, you obviously got your finger on the pulse of quite a lot of American RC sport. How much crossover? You talk about a couple of drivers who might go for the Worlds, but are there many drivers who perhaps the track guys who will also drive 5th, or is it really people sit in their grooves as such?
No, I would say like on-road as its whole separate community as well. But there are a few like regular. I don't think there's any pro guys that will do any crossover, but they're just like Chris Nelson is like the owner of TNR Fuels, and it's a couple of guys that do race 8 scale there locally in SoCal who are preparing for this race. Because I think they do actually have 5th scale and on-road racing here, maybe not on a regular basis, but they do. And California kind of always has been, even if I remember from when I was reading the magazines and stuff, and I really was kind of following the 5th scale scene as well. I remember it was in SoCal where they always used to race. They used to race at Sun Valley Raceway, which used to also be an off-road track as well. Steve Dunn used to earn it. I remember back Paul Coleman, he was like a big-time racer. He used to do a lot of fifth-scale racing and on-road racing, so not as much as it used to be, I would say. I think even Greg Degani at one time raced the fifth-scale
Wow.
worlds when it was
Well,
in
in
California.
fairness, Greg's large scale as well, so it makes both things. Talking about obviously one of the limiting factors and one of the differences about on road and off road is, of course, you need a very good permanent circuit, which is, as we know, this circuit Jody Scheckter went down a number of years ago. In fact, I think what we need to do right now is find out a little bit more about the track itself, and to help us do that, it could only be Frank McKinney.
All right, so here we are for a track walk of the mini Autodromo Jody Scheckter Fiorano here in Italy. One thing to note is the yield sign at the end of the pit lane. That's quite cool, isn't it? So here's the grid, starting down from 10 spot down way past the entrance of the grid, and pole position is right here, leading straight into the first corner. I think by the time the drivers are at this point at the curbing, they're already hard on the brakes. You can see the marks as the cars that get it quite wrong go straight into the barrier, and you can see all the marks in the wall of the barrier there, just in front of the cafe. Very interesting here as well. Get a close-up of this. Look at the gouges in the tarmac from all the huge crashes that happen right here. And here we are at Hut Corner, or the second corner. Very sharp hairpin turn. My tires, my shoes, my sandals are already sticking to the track. It's like walking into a 18 and over club in the UK. It's pretty crazy. Very sticky track here. Get it wrong and you're into the dust. You can see the tire marks of cars that have gotten it wrong. Not just rubber marbles, but also dust, grass, all a threat to the traction of these impressive cars. On the inside of the curb here, you can see that there's actually AstroTurf, very light. It's a bit, it's not nailed down or anything, but you can see that it's meant to restrict the traction of the cars as they come through and try to cut the corner, which is a very common occurrence here. Turn 4 leads into what I like to call the Omega. It's a very sort of Omega-shaped turn. Medium speed, I think. Not quite a hairpin. It's a bit open. You can see a lot of the track cutting happening here. This apparently very, very grippy painted garden paving slabs and paint. And again, sandals sticking to the track. I have to walk really weird to make sure that they stay on my feet. Here we've got the infamous kink, as I like to call it. We've got tarmac, painted concrete, AstroTurf, more paving slabs and grass all on the inside. You can see where drivers have been really trying to take advantage of it right here, this line, which is obviously going to get you a penalty if you're caught by the race referees. And here's sort of the penalty zone of hitting the kink. You can see all the cars that have shaved the grass down into the dirt. A lot of cars going into the grass here. Probably a lot of spare parts if you're really a bit skint. See all the tire marks on the painted garden slabs that make up the curbing. That famous Italian tricolore. Here's what I like to call hairpin 1, or first hairpin. A lot of track cutting happening here, but not quite as much as at the last corner. Little bit, a strip of AstroTurf. You see all the tire rubber that's collected on the inside of that concrete there. And now we're headed into the second to last corner on the track, the second hairpin. We've got some, well, quite slick probably when it's wet, open drainage ironworks, and very, very sticky here. You can maybe hear my my sandals sticking to the track. And now we're headed into the final corner, commentary corner, where if drivers happen to crash, they can look up maybe and see where they're at on the timing screen. We've got air temperature, track temperature, the name of the race is going, the best driver in the race, positions, how many laps each driver's done. It's a very impressive setup. The last corner is another one of the dangerous corners. Lots of crashes happening here. We've actually had cars hitting the timing tower, and as well as rubber hitting the windows. And more of that tricolore on the main timing loop. That's the main timing loop. The backup loop is this white line right here, right in front of starting position 13. We're actually only going down to 10 in these races. And also, very dangerous pit entrance if you get it quite wrong. So that's it. I'm very sweaty from doing that lap. And we hope you enjoyed this little track walk of the Fiorano Mini Autodromo Jody Scheckter.
I'd like to point out, everyone criticised me for my lack of cardio last week when I did the pit walk around Portugal. That had hills. That was Frank out of breath on the flat. But in fairness, it's actually because you don't breathe properly when you're talking. It makes you sound terrible. Martin, in-depth look at the track. A track you'd like to race at again?
Yeah, I've been there a few times, but it's not my favorite track. It isn't. But it's so high speed, and every corner is 100% chance, because it's the curbing, as you also spoke about, it's so grippy. So you need to put on the front tire on that curbing to get the car to steer around the corner. So the first time it doesn't hit that curbing, it will understeer directly into the grass, and especially in the third corner. So you go down the straight, you make a left turn, and you make the 180 left, and then the fast right sweeper, if it doesn't hit that curbing and let the car steer over that curbing, it will either fly off or go directly into the wall, and then it's game over. So I doesn't love that track. It's so high speed, and typically Italian style, full speed, full chance, 100% track. It's not my kind of thing, but I've been there a few times, and it's a lovely place though.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for being with us. Fantastic to see you. Lefty, stay with us. Now, we've got a bit of a treat for you, something we did at the World Championships a couple of years ago. It's called Breakfast of Champions. It brings together Ian Oddy, Hessel Roskamp, Marcus Feldman, and interloper, the greatest RC racer of all time, Masami Hirosaka, for a chat. Join us now for 20 minutes of solid large-scale touring car and RC information. You will not see, well, I don't think, a better group interview than this anywhere on the internet. Welcome to our second Breakfast of Champions. I must offer you all a croissant. Anyone for a croissant? No, just it. Some interesting. Masami needs the food, and we also have some lovely Nectarpresso. Anyway, we have 4 world champions with us. 3 of them from the class right here in Portugal. We have the 2003 world champion, Hessel Roskamp, the 2005 champion, Ian Oddy, and the 2013 champion, Marcus Feldman. And then next to me, we have the 1987 four-wheel drive off-road world champion, the 1988 1/12th electric world champion, 1989 two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive electric world champion, the 1991 two-wheel world champion, the 1993 four-wheel world champion, 1996 Pro 10 world champion, 1996 12th world champion, 1997 four-wheel drive off-road world champion, the 1998 9 two-wheel drive world champion, 2000 Pro 10 and 12th world champion, the 2002 12th world champion, and the 2004 1/12th electric world champion, the legend Masami Hirosaka. Masami, how do you do? We asked a lot of questions. I got my first question is Masami. Masami, there is a very famous picture of you in front of all your cars and all your trophies. How long did it take to set that picture up? How long and to just get all those cars and trophies together?
You mean for take picture? Yeah. How many days? Yeah. Okay. 1 day, take off from box, and second day, display, and third day, take photo. Fourth day, in the box. 4 days.
That's dedication indeed. As you probably see, the breakfast show, what we really want to know is to get to know. And I'm wondering, and I think my feeling is that when Ian became world champion in 2005, how old were you? I think you might be the oldest first-time world champion.
Without working it out, you've put me on the spot now, really. 2005, so that's 14 years ago. I'm 53 now. There's no secret there. So yeah, he probably was the oldest world champion. Yeah.
Hessel, you won in 2003. It's an interesting question, really. The 2003 World Champion, second running of this event. Did it change your life at all in any way?
Yeah, I think so, because it made some things possible in the sport, you know, sponsorships and so yeah, for sure.
And Marcus won in 2013. Marcus, I don't know why, but when I looked at the results, I thought you won like loads of times before. Was it, oh, finally I've won in 2013?
Yes, surely. It's basically the same history for me with the European Championships. I finished 5 times second, always little bad luck at the end, and finished second. So it happened the same in the Worlds. I always finished second or third, and it worked out in the qualifying, but never in the finals.
Masami, you won your first World Championship in 1987. We've just found out you beat Ian in that very event. What was it like to be World Champion for the first time?
My feel, very surprised.
Yeah. Because you actually turned up, and I think Schumacher gave you the car at the event, didn't they?
Yes, just before day of race.
And then you went on to win 13 more. Do you have a favourite, your favourite World Championship, the one you feel the most special about?
Two-wheel drive world in United States.
And why is that?
Because most difficult to win. 2 times.
Twice. Now the interesting thing is that you guys all have different careers. I mean, I think it's well known you are the racing dentist, Marcus. Was there ever an opportunity for you to go, sort of fully professional in RC, or did you always want to carry on the medical profession?
Yes, I never wanted to be 100% professional in the RC, because I see already 20 years ago that there is ups and downs, and therefore I like living, and I think it's more safe to stay out of the RC business to have a regular income. It's nice, it's also fascinating, but I think there's also one point in your life you want to get settled, and this is not possible with RC, traveling around the world.
Now, I have a question for you. Have you ever used any of your dentist drills to do some work on your RC car?
Of course. Of course, but more or less my dad did always.
So there we are. So it's small stuff. Hessel, you've kind of formed your own manufacturing company, haven't you? Was that as a result of your success, or just because that's what you like doing anyway?
I don't know if it was a result of the success, but I started drawing parts, and guys came to me because I had a machine and I made some prototype parts, and that just went, crazy. So that's why I bought a machine first in my house in the garage, and then it also was so much work. So I stopped my career in the printing company, and then I started 5 years ago.
And so all the stuff you make is for RC cars, or do you make stuff? Oh no, what else do you make for?
Yeah, I think 30% is RC now. In the beginning, it was 100%, and the rest is medical industry, for machines, everything.
So did you come up with these ideas, or someone come to you and say, "Oh, we'd like you to design this new widget for I don't know, an X-ray machine or something"?
No, actually, it's only people come to me with drawings, and then I make the parts for them, also the prototype parts. But no, I never came up with something, that would be nice though.
I think, Ian, you're probably best known now for your engineering, for the Reliant Kitten and the crazy 6R4. I think tell us why you wanted to make a replica 6R4 and how difficult it's turned out to be, a Metro rally car replica.
It's a lot more difficult than most people realise. The reason for making it is because a lot of my business is RC related, and obviously I'm EFRA chairman and I go to a lot of races and things. Sometimes it gets too much. It's no longer a hobby and fun, so you need a break for something else. So I do a lot of engineering on race cars and fuel tanks and things like that. And building the Metro, it's a mad car, isn't it, really? From the 1980s, they were banned from rallying and things. And you just look at it and you think, I need one of those. So I decided I would build one.
From a basic Metro shell, it sounds quite easy, but what was the most difficult part of the job? I suppose you start with a front-engine Metro, making a mid-engined race car. Was everything difficult, or did it actually turn out to be less hard than you thought it would be?
You have to do a little bit of planning before. You can't just start with the angle grinder and cutting a car up to make something like that. But it's not hard if you're into that way of thinking and engineering and thinking ahead as well. That's the key to a project like that. You can't cut something off and then a week later decide, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. It's planning, isn't it? And if you plan and you think, and that's the way you think, it's not so hard.
And it's obviously only got a sad little 2.5 litre. It's a 2.5 litre engine, but 3 litre engine from before. But I believe you've got some plans for that to get a few more horsepower.
Yeah, it's when I finish this meeting, it's going to get a turbo in it and rebuild the engine and things. So yeah, it'll be more exciting then.
And what are you aiming for? 400, 450 horsepower?
450, 500. That should make it entertaining, whereas it's less than a ton.
Should be good. It was at Sandipod. Masami, you kind of stopped racing in World Championships, I think, about 2006. But from following you on Facebook, you seem to do a lot of TV appearances. You're on Japanese TV. What are you doing for Japanese TV the whole time? What programs are you on?
Mostly variety.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a very, very special one.
Mm-hmm. And what do they ask you to do?
Like feed drive,
Mm-hmm.
racing with car, real car, or many super big jump. Not a standard race.
And did you beat the real car?
Yes.
Excellent. That's good to know. And you've also you've moved into the organisation side with Femke, and you're here obviously. Was that something you always wanted to do, or did it just happen?
I like to do that because I know what is drivers thinking. So when I organize, I know everything. So it's easy for me.
And when you're refereeing, do you find it easy to penalise the drivers? Do you think, oh, he didn't mean that? Do you think you're a severe referee, or do you think you're quite a nice referee?
Both. Referee is so difficult.
Yeah.
Not easy.
Is it harder than driving?
Drive easy.
Well, it's 14-mile Chopper would say. Now, you've done that refereeing and organising and racing. I mean, is refereeing the hardest thing to do?
It's not so difficult. Once you've driven at the top level, it's quite easy to see the difference between a mistake and somebody trying to be clever and taking somebody out. You can see it.
So you don't need to see our replays like everyone else seems to these days.
If I see the incident from start to finish, I will make my mind up quite quickly.
Hessel, have you ever been refereed badly by Ian?
I actually have never been refereed by Ian, though. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No.
You obviously were one of these guys who started off by racing with your dad. Your dad still come. How important is that kind of father-son thing for the racing?
Yeah, it's very important. Without my dad, this wasn't even possible. We started since I was 13. I'm 41 now, so you can do the math. I started in 110 electric off-road. And ever since we've been together, he also helps in my company. So during the week, we're also like 40 hours together. So yeah, I think a good relationship is very, very important.
And kind of reverse that, Marcus, because you're bringing your young lad with you to a lot of these races. Your son, how old is he now?
5 years now.
So when does he get to drive? When do you retire and he gets the car?
He already started.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but now I don't push him to go to the track just when you ask and he wants, because I think the biggest mistake you can do is to push your son to do something. So if he asks, we go. If he's not interested, we don't go.
Now, I know you from large scale. Did you actually drive the other scales beforehand, or did you just start as a large scale driver?
No, I started in 1985 with 1.8 off-road.
Okay.
And I've won a couple of titles there, and then I did 10 years, 1.8 scale on-road, and in between off-road, and in 1995 I started with large scale.
95, that's before large scale even existed, I thought. I didn't know that.
The second year, there was one open European Championship in 1995, and my first European Championship was 1996, but that was by mistake, because there was one driver for Laro, a French company, and he, shortly before the Euros, he quit. And so the guy who is distributing Laro in Germany asked me if I want to jump in, and I said, yeah, it's fine. And I finished second, so from that point I enjoyed.
And the rest, they say, is history. Masami, have you ever driven these large-scale cars?
Never.
Never? Did you not sit there up on the thing, oh, I'd like to have a go, see if I could win a world championship at this?
Just I want to drive it.
Yeah. Because Ian, I actually remember reading about, when I started in 1981, and I remember reading about you in the magazines. I think you were doing 8th off-road, and you were always in the magazine, second. I don't know, I always think that you came second or third. Probably you won everything. I just always think you came second or third in the magazine reports. So how did you find your way to large scale?
Basically, I started in 1/10 off-road, probably in 1980, 81. Started doing European Championships, as I said. I did the World Championships in 1987 in Romsey. But there was batteries and motors and who could get the best ones and things. And in the early 90s, I switched to 1/8 off-road, doing the BRCAs, doing European things as well and Worlds. I won the BRCA Championship 3 times in 1/8, but never really did so well in the Worlds and the Euros. And then I saw large scale and I thought, yes, this is for me.
Is it the same reason that I like large scale? Because you can actually use a real hammer. I'm very. I mean, it's the size of the tools really I'm into. I mean, so I think it's like you can hit things. You can.
It looks like it, but it's actually not, because we actually use quite a lot of the same tools on a 110 car. Only we have like an Allen key 3, that's and a 4 maybe. So it looks like we are all like farmers with big hammers and big wrenches, but it's quite sophisticated.
It's the engineering.
Yeah.
It's the engineering I like. I mean, obviously, as you know, I do a lot of work in full-size racing, and I work in the pits. And we always say this, that you can fix any car. You need 4 things to fix any car. You need tie wraps. You need duct tape, you need what we call a 4-pound lump hammer, and these days you also need an iPhone torch. And even in Le Mans, on the 24-hour race, you'll see a fully professional mechanic with a lump hammer, tie wrap, and everything else. I mean, do you think that would be a good toolkit for a large-scale driver?
Well, I think not nowadays. This is, the problem is that a lot of people think large scale is just relaxing and for old people, but it came so special, and it splitted so much from the original low speed, easy to drive cars. And I've seen a lot of really good drivers from other categories trying here and fail. So I think this is one special category.
It's certainly special to look at. I mean, the difference is obviously compared to all the other RC categories, you can see these cars handle much more like a real vehicle does, because you're carrying the momentum, and it's actually, because they've been struggling around here, it's been quite interesting to watch the qualifying, because you can see where things are going wrong and going right. Masami, I think just to go back on a question we asked earlier, obviously you started your career working very closely with your father as your mechanic. How important was that to you and your enjoyment of the sport?
We had a very good time. So he was mechanic, I was driver. So it's very good, communication with our family. So it was very good.
And what was it like when you started to have to do all the work yourself, when you didn't have a mechanic? Was that difficult, or did you find it easy to be your mechanic as well?
If he mechanic?
No, when you had to mechanic, when your dad stopped being with you, was it easy to become the mechanic?
After that?
Yeah.
I cannot race. After that, I have many friends because I asked everything. Please make shocks, please make suspension. I only make tires.
Well, the tyres are the most important thing of any race car, that is true. I mean, it's interesting because we're talking, I'm going to throw a bit of an open question into this one, which someone has asked, and I'm going to ask Ian this one because it's come up a number of times. We're at the large-scale World Championship for track. Why is there no large-scale World Championship for off-road?
There is in a vague way. In the European Championship, we allow non-Europeans to enter. So in a way, it's a world championship, but it's not quite. The problem with off-road, it's even more specialised than touring cars. And there is less countries that actually do the off-road. Australia is probably the next largest one. And to spread it around the world, it wouldn't work at all in many countries. And that is why.
And Hessel, have you ever thought about doing the off-road side as well?
I did some races off-road, not European Championships, but some national races and some indoor races. I did quite a few.
But you just stuck on the flat stuff?
Yeah, well, well, like I said, I started in 110 off-road, so I have a lot of experience in that, but still I like the flat stuff much more.
And Mark has never been tempted to take one of these big things over some bumps?
I did. I did when I was racing with FG. Franz also asked me to do some races in off-road, but I never liked that. This is if you used to 1/8 off-road and jump into the 5th scale or 6th scale off-road, this is completely two worlds. And especially in that time when it still was in the beginning, I didn't like that.
Masami, of course, you've won World Championships on the jumps and World Championships on the flat. Which do you prefer?
Both. 50-50.
Yeah, seems fair enough. When we're sitting here in the sun in Portugal, I'm going to ask a question. Obviously, large scale is a sport. We've got 85 engines. What could be done to make large scale grow? And what do you think is the one thing to make the large scale? Because everyone who comes here seems to have a good time, and it's great to watch, but it's still more niche than some of the other classes.
I think a lot of it's PR in individual countries. I don't think you can get the numbers up at a single event. It's promotion in the countries and club racing. And unfortunately, that's dying out. And it's not just in large scale. A lot of classes, the numbers are going down slightly. The competition is in the modern day is Xboxes and PlayStations. And that's what you're against. In the 1980s, none of that existed. If people wanted to go out and have fun, RC racing was a good avenue. There are so many other hobbies now that are detracting or diverting people's attention from RC.
I agree, I totally agree, because we also make our mind in Germany about the problem in all categories, and you see all the young people between 8, 9 years old up to 18, 20. It's so easy to just stay at home after school, switch on the television and play the PlayStation or Xbox, and especially you can earn a lot of money if you are good. This is attracting more people than RC racing, especially nowadays.
But of course, one of the things that you do learn by actually taking part in races, you learn basic engineering skills, don't you? Which obviously translate into potential real jobs. You know, very few people can win the money on the esports.
No, it's true. But you need to set up a car. You have to have some mechanical experience, I think. So, yeah.
And is it the same in Japan, Masami?
Yeah. I'm thinking very important to show RC race. So it depends on your side.
It's your fault.
It's all down to me, I see. Oh, fine. Well, obviously, if IFMAR would pay us. Anyway, so, oh, that's coming. Just one more question. Obviously, one thing is happening next year in Japan is the first ever World Drifting Championship. I mean, is drifting really big in Japan?
I think biggest.
Yeah?
Yes.
And why do you think the Japanese like drifting? Is it because of the Fast and the Furious culture? I don't know.
It's from a real car.
Yeah.
Real car drifting, very, very popular in Japan.
And, you know, is that what we need to do? We try and get more crossover? Do you think we should start looking at European drifting championships and that sort of thing in?
Maybe. I mean, drifting in full size is also quite popular in the UK now. So maybe we need to move with the times. I don't know.
Large-scale drifting.
Well, we've seen quite a bit of that actually, but that's just cars which are handling very, very badly. What I'd say is, just going back to this event and the World Championship. I mean, you two guys are competing. What would it actually mean to you personally to win another World Championship here this weekend?
Oh, a lot. I'm 40 years old now, so...
Positive youngster compared to the rest of us.
But time is running also for me, and especially here it would be nice to win. It's now everything is running into the good direction, but we see.
Hessel, if you can pull off a win here, I'm pretty certain it'll be the longest gap between two World Championships at 16 years. You feeling like that might happen?
I don't know. It's still open because the final is 1 hour, and if I win, I would be drunk for a week, I think.
Seems about fine. And finally, Masami, obviously, the word legend is thrown around too much, but obviously you are a legend of the sport. Do you miss the competition? Would you like to come? Do you feel you'd like to come back and race even at the level you can do at the age you are? Do you want to race again?
Yeah, senior race.
Yeah. We have an over 50s World Championship, shouldn't we?
There it is.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a
European, yeah.
But maybe it should be over 50.
Yeah.
I think over 50 would be good. And then I can have a chance.
Yeah, me too. I could follow you home. We're both... OK, well, thank you very much. We've got to clear the track and clear the air and the breakfast condiments. I'd like to thank Marcus Feldman, Masami Hirosaka, Hessel Roskamp and Ian Ollie for joining us in Breakfast of Champions, Episode 2, here in Portugal. And there'll be more later in the year somewhere. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Now, those of you who have a clock who think, oh, no, we're about to miss the start of the F1 final. Well, you would have been, but there's been a 10-minute technical timeout called over in Fiorano. We're going to go over in a few minutes to get all the latest information from Matt on the ground. But first, let's hear a little bit from the people who make this possible, our sponsors.
Ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Well, it is hotting up. Well, could it hot up in Firano? It's already 36 degrees. We're waiting for the end of the timeout procedure. There's a little bit of activity in the pit lane. And I think we can cross over to Matt McCallum in the pits in Firano right now. Matt, give me the atmosphere.
Hello, Nick. We're over in the pits, and the atmosphere is quite calm, to be honest. I think we can't go any further without checking in with the vice section chairman.
How are you?
Very good. How's it going for you?
Sorry,
Not
how
too
do you
bad.
get a job of
Bit of
responsibility?
a steep learning curve, should we say. Spent a lot of time in tech inspection because we had a guy had a bit of an accident before the meeting started. So I've been helping out a lot in there and all of this field testing and things. So yeah, it's been good. I've enjoyed it.
Nick Damon says hi.
Hi. Hi, Nick.
I also said, how's he got a position of responsibility?
Hang on. He's saying, how did you get a position of responsibility? But I think that's very rude of Nick.
That's not very nice.
You can tell Nick what you think of him.
Maybe not. Obviously, Ian recognises some qualities that I might have hidden away that people aren't aware of. But yeah, it is a responsibility nevertheless. So.
And are you taking over the reins for off-road? Because Ian's racing off-road. So does that mean you're stepping up to? Well, how does that affect you?
Correct. So I am the apprentice this meeting. So I'm shadowing Ian. Next week, obviously at Fairing, I'm going to be the EFRA official, so Ian can race.
How is it shadowing Ian, being in his shadow?
Sometimes it's been difficult because he just goes off on his own and you have to run after him. But no, he's been good. He has been telling me what's been going on and things. So I'm happy.
Is he driving you in the big red van?
No, I think I might be going with Laszlo in his nice big car with air conditioning.
More like it. That's more like it. Right, let's have a look. We've got mechanics. Tyres being warmed as if it's needed. Is it needed? How's it going for you?
What do you mean?
How are you doing?
Fine, thanks. And you?
Yeah. Very preoccupied. Engines are about to be started. We don't actually know who it is that called the delay. But as we can see, I think it may be this this Red Bull machine here. Car number 4, but all the cars are starting. Oh, some more issues here. Interesting, some drivers using the starter gun, and some drivers using the traditional pull start.
Well, they can't call a second timeout, of course, at this point, so it's go, go, go.
It is go, go, go. You can see all the drivers poised, talking to their pitmen. And let's have a look. Do you have a brief look on the driver's stand? We can look at their vantage point.
Absolutely.
So this is second on the grid. And this is our pole man talking away to his pitman downstairs. A nice spread of ages from the more senior racer down to the young guns. All here very happy to be in the main final. So we have, I believe we have about a minute and a half. Some issues here potentially.
Yep, I mean, the thing is, though, the issue you have now, there's nothing you can do about them. We have 2 Fabregases, I see. So are they brothers or are they father and son? I couldn't see from the back, just the T-shirts, whether they were of a similar age or different age. You've got C. Fabregas and J. Fabregas. What would you say? Give me an idea. I think what do you think their relation status is, Matt?
I would say they must be brothers because unless Dad is incredibly healthy and youthful, I think it's unlikely. Oh dear.
Oh, we lost one already.
Oh, this is not looking good.
It's not, is it? That's I can't call the 10-minute timeout because somebody else has. So now
Someone's already called it. He's going to hang up his sweatband.
Is that Big Moustache? Is that Big Moustache Cernak? I'm not sure if he's in it actually. It looks like a fellow. One of the personalities of French large scale is Big Moustache Cernak, called because he has a big moustache. That's actually his name he uses on. No, it's not. It's a different bearded man. There is. Explain what you see.
They're going to go for a restart. This is Ernst Utz, German driver.
It's third place qualifier.
He's a third place qualifier, and he is sponsored by Polestar TV. His team are desperately trying to get him restarted. He's brought some tools over. They're making a few adjustments. Spark plug issue potentially. The spark plug is being loosened and retightened. Must make an effort to keep out of the way, as the track has been closed, so no doubt we will be going for the formation lap after this.
Indeed we were, so let's hang over to Frank McKinney in the commentary booth.
F1A final. This is the main final, 25 minutes to decide who will be the champion for 2022 in the large-scale Formula One class. Cars and mechanics are in the pit lane, and they're getting ordered in numerical order. So they can do a formation lap and get out on the grid. Mechanics are giving their drivers thumbs up. Mechanics are able to speak to their drivers, but you know, hand signals sometimes, just the easiest and fastest thing. So here we are. We are about half a minute away from starting the A final for Formula One, large scale here in Fiorano, Italy.
We hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. If you're just joining us, yes, we are in that Fiorano, the one made famous by Ferrari, not far from Modena, just a stone's throw. Cars making the way around the grid. These cars have had their tire blankets on. They've had 3 minutes of warm-up, and now they are getting ready to go. We have a starting grid of Sebastian Marino from France, Saverio Rosignoli, Ernst Ustz, Carol Carlos Fabregas, Maurizio Borsoni, Carol Joan Fabregas, Corentin Laville, Tony Hilmarty, Nathan Breno, Reinhard Marin, and we're about 5 seconds away from starting. 25-minute race for glory. Looks like we're already missing a car. I think he's starting from pit lane because it wasn't ready. So we've got the 1 and 2 out. I may have been the number 3 because there seems to be a gap after the 2. And very tight at front. We're following the front 2, the 2022 Alpine colored car, and the retro, well, actually, maybe it's a current Ferrari colored car, the red car, as you do in the home of Ferrari. So 1 and 2, and then the 4. It was the number 3 that had to start from pit lane. And I think he's already been carried off. Unfortunate for, let's see who is out there. It is Ernst Ustz. Very bad luck to not even get started. Fabregas, Carol Carlos Fabregas in the 3rd spot as the leaders come through the Omega and across the kink. Around the 2nd hairpin, around commentator's corner. And you can see the front wheels just barely locking up. That is going to become a very important factor later in the race. Tire wear, a huge deal for these large-scale cars, as well as engine tuning. The heat outside, 37.1 degrees, 32% humidity. And these top 3 are already stretching out a lead to from 4th place, Corentin Laville. And he's got a big gap to Tony Hilmarty. We've got, I think is that one of the Fabregas out? I think it's number 6, Fabregas. He's not crossed the line. No one seems to be, now, mechanic is, that's a walk. That's not a run to go collect him. So we are following Marino, Rosignoli, and Fabregas. So 1 Fabregas left in this race from Spain, Marino from France, and Rosignoli from Italy. Running that classic liveried red and black Ferrari scheme. So we have Alpine, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Choose your full-size team that you follow. Followed by a Sauber, the car 7 of Corentin Laville, several seconds behind. We got a change. No. Let's follow this 2nd place battle coming out of the Omega now. Rosignoli getting on the grass, and Fabregas passed into the 1st hairpin. And you can see the car squirming as the front brakes are locking and unlocking. Drivers being very careful not to wear out their tires. 25 minutes of racing. We're 3 minutes down. 22 to go. Another hard braking maneuver for Fabregas, but leaving Rosignoli behind still. Maybe he has better engine speed, even though he's a bit iffy on the brakes into these really tight corners. Coming down the main straight as Fabregas and Rosignoli. Red Bull being chased by Ferrari. Seems a familiar story, isn't it? In the lead is the 2022 Alpine-themed car of Sebastian Marino. As these guys come into the Omega and across the kink.
and into the first hairpin. A little bit wide there from Fabregas. Rossignoli a little bit wide into the second hairpin. And into the turn 2. Around the Omega, across the kink. So we have had a change in the second place position. These guys are about to come up on a lapped car that Marino has already lapped and put a lap down. So we'll see how they handle that. The lapped car is the car 5, I believe, of Maurizio Barsoni. Fabregas only getting 1 lap. Is he back out there? No, I don't think so. So he's got a very slow lap, a very long lap. These guys right on the back of Barsoni now, and he lets Fabregas pass. And he's immediately on the number 8 of Tony Gilmarti. And Rossignoli is past Barsoni. So I think Marino has had maybe a little trouble in the lap traffic. Our leader, 22nd lap that time. Fabregas on the 0 car of Reinhard Maren. Ooh, a little close there, but Maren probably not wanting to get into the dirty part of the track very much at all. Rossignoli now coming up on Maren. So we're following the leader, Sebastian Marino. So the car immediately behind him is second. Car 4 of Carlos Fabregas from Spain. We have France in the lead at the moment, then Spain and Italy, and another Frenchman in Corentin Laville in the car 7. As Marino comes around the Omega and into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin. Still 1.7 lead last time. See what it is now. 1.8, so maybe Marino is just getting hung up in the lap cars. Let's see if Fabregas can this falls back further on another clear lap. 19.7 lap that time, 1.7 gap. So this being a 25-minute race, I'm not sure that we're going to see the same dramatic fuel conservation issues that the touring car drivers are going to see. Got a thumbs up from Marcus Feldman, who said, we'll see, when I asked him how things are going to go. It's all up in the air. We heard during our pit walk that Alessio Mazzeo he's picked Rapetti to take the win. I'm going to assume that is based heavily on him being a fellow Italian. But again, we'll see. Yeah, we do have the other Fabregas out there, number 6. No, we don't. Tony Gilmarti. Sorry, Tony Gilmarti. I forgot that he's running also a Red Bull scheme. So the two Fabregases have been running Red Bull style cars all week. But there's also another one, which is Tony Gilmarti, who's just gone into the pits, weirdly. They're not allowed to refuel, so what are they doing? Is it an engine tune, or is he pulling off? We'll see if he comes back out. He wasn't running very slowly. He was running at the back of the cars that are running. But, well, we'll see. At the moment, we're following the Alpine-themed car of Sebastian Marino. We talked to him. You can find a bit of that interview on the Instagram channel. So he seemed fairly confident, and that confidence is being borne out. He's certainly, I would say, running away with it, but he's managing a very nice gap back to Fabregas. It's now 2.659 second gap to the second place car as he comes up again on the car 5 of Maurizio Borsoni. In case you're curious, the team driving is heavily penalized. Team as in whether it's car manufacturer or country. So we've had penalties given out for such events. So deliberate takeouts and that sort of thing not taken lightly at this level. This is European Championship level. Temperature creeping up to 38 degrees now. So we'll see how the engine tuning sticks with it with these guys. The casting and machine quality, I think we got, no, just 2 cars slowing down. Looked like quite a lot to let Marino pass. As it goes into the infield. So we've got Marino, Fabregas, Rossignoli, Laville, Breno, Marin, Borsoni, and Hilmarty are the drivers that are running on the track. Hilmarty 6 laps down, so he had to pull off, unfortunately, the Spanish racer. Marino enjoying a 3-second lead over Fabregas, who himself has about a 4.5-second lead over Rossignoli. So whether Rossignoli, maybe he's running harder tires so that he can... we're following Rossignoli now. The red body with black front and rear wings. Classic Ferrari theme here at Mini Autodromo Jody Scheckter. Yes, that Jody Scheckter. At the time the track was built, Jody Scheckter was the most recent world champion for Ferrari. And although he wasn't able to personally visit the track, he did fly over it in a helicopter at one time. And because we are just about a mile or a couple of kilometers away from the actual track of Fiorano. And you know it, a track named after Fiorano and Jody Scheckter is roughly in the shape of the Fiorano full-size circuit, which is pretty cool, I think. Rossignoli paying homage to Jody Scheckter and possibly Charles Leclerc. Ferrari is, they're literally a local employer around these parts, as well as many ceramic manufacturers and businesses. Ceramics a very big deal here, but so is Ferrari. Ferrari is a national big deal. Rossignoli coming into the second hairpin and around commentator's corner and across the tricolore to take his complete his 41st lap. Fabregas currently has a 19.4 fastest lap time. Marino just did a 19.4, but most of the the top 3 drivers generally doing a mid-19 second lap. Everyone else doing somewhere in the region of 20 to 21 second laps. And by probably the midpoint of the touring car final, we'll probably see roughly the same lap time of those guys. So we're following third place, Saverio Rosignoli. Let's move forward on, well, no, hang on. Coming around the last corner now is our Red Bull racer of Carlos Fabregas in the replica Red Bull scheme, Formula One racer. And he's going past, who's that? Number 10 of Reinhard Maren to put him another lap down. This is our second place racer, Carlos Fabregas. Carol Joan Fabregas, I'm not sure if that's a sibling, father, or parent, or child. I'm not sure. Very, very similar names, so obviously related in some fashion. Maybe Carlos in the chat might know. But we did have the two Fabregas racers in this one, but unfortunately Carol Joan Fabregas had to pull off after crossing the finish line just once. Uh-oh, we have a problem for the car 4, Fabregas, pulling into the pits with a bad clutch. I hear revving as he goes into the pits, but the car's not moving forward any further, so he's been picked up. Tragedy. So we're back to, well, our new second place racer as he crosses the finish line right now. That's Saverio Rosignoli. Fabregas is going to drop down the order and very quickly get replaced by Corentin Laville, currently in 4th. So we're on Saverio now. Going to keep an eye out for the number 4 car of Corentin. I think it is the, no, it's not the Sauber flavored car. I think it's the white, no, it's not the white car. Where's Corentin? He's just crossed the line. Could have sworn I have seen all the cars as they're going past, because we're now down to 7 racers. Corentin, I think, has the wrong number on his... Oh, no. I'm looking for a 4. Corentin has a 7 on his car. Corentin is coming across the kink now. Corentin Laville is our new third-place racer. Coming around Commentator's Corner and down the main straight. That is Corentin Laville from France. Car number 7. Running what I would say is a varied color scheme. I'm pretty sure it's mostly Sauber inspired because of that sort of seafoam green color on it. Or it could just be a custom color scheme like the number 5 car of Borsoni. So Fabregas has, yes, retired. He's now 7 laps down from Marino. Oh, massive flip on the back straight, the back stretch. Look at the sprinting action. I think we're going to have a replay of that one. Do we? That's Corentin Laville. He's not running. He's not. The mechanics just realized. Here's our replay as he hits the kink. Comes a cropper. Oh man, that is a lot of damage. And the engine is stopped. The mechanic didn't realize it. He can get restarted. It cannot be refueled. So Ian Audi, our EFRA official in the pit lane, will be watching this like a hawk. Now, it very well may be that once he comes to the... yeah, he's restarting back out. So he's going to be a few laps down because that was a very long recovery. So we're on Sebastian Marino coming down the main straight.
first corner, doing 79 kilometers an hour. That's about 50-ish miles an hour. So that is a good example of what a high speed. I don't think that was an intentional track cut. It's just slightly offline because he just hit it again. So watching him off camera. And if all the wheels are pointing in the same direction after that, I would be amazed. And on the other, another factor is that these cars are not cheap. Those rear wings on these things are actual full woven carbon fiber plate. So there's going to be some edges missing off of that. It does look like it's intact. The front wing is flexible black nylon plastic. So because it is literally the bumper, there's no foam bumper on these things. You can see on this Alpine of Sebastian Marino, if you look squint enough, you might be able to see the front wing flexing and bouncing. That's not a a cheat to get around any rules or anything. It's just as it's just bouncing up and down. That's all. So, and very lucky that Laville's car didn't get collected by any other car as well. So as we're watching Sebastian, he's about almost a half a lap ahead. It's 7.4 seconds ahead of second place Saverio Rosignoli, who is either playing a patient waiting game, as he's got Marino coming up on him, or I think he just passed him, or he's just hoping something happens to Sebastian, because Sebastian basically bossed all four of the qualifying heats. All four of the 10-minute qualifying races, Sebastian was able to take. And we're coming up to 3.5 minutes left. Although not a huge amount of racing action has happened in this one, the time has flown by. So 25-minute race, 3.25 minutes remaining. And as we are in the final for the European champion, which at the moment is going to be Sebastian Marino, unless some tragic happenstance occurs. He's going to take home a nice trophy here from Minicar Autodromo Jody Scheckter in Fiorano, Italy. Just take this opportunity while we've got quite a spread, 7 seconds back to Rosignoli, to thank everyone for watching. Welcome everyone from wherever you're watching. Car Zero has just run out of fuel, so what does this entail now? 25 minutes, you would have thought. We got 2.5 minutes left almost. So now what does this mean? Marino's last lap, 19.8 seconds. Everyone else is 21.5-ish. Marino slowed down. His mechanic / spotter has probably told him, we just had a car run out of fuel. So lift and coast, lift and coast. And another car out. Is that Rosignoli? Tragic. No, not for Rosignoli. So that promotes, that benefits Nathan Breno from France in the car 9, who is the white car coming around the final corner now, who Sebastian's about to put a lap on. We have 4 drivers left in this one. I'd really like to know how these cars use the same amount of fuel in less time than the touring cars. So here we go, the story of racing. As usual, Rosignoli on a slow lap. We know he's not going to be coming out. You cannot be refueled if you run out of fuel. And if Borsoni crosses the line one more time, he's going to pass
Rossignoli on the number of laps. Borsoni on the back stretch. As we're watching Marino come to pass Breno. Borsoni crosses the line. There we go. He's officially in third, so he's on the podium. Nightmare for Rossignoli. There are 30 seconds left, so once the drivers finish, they'll have one more complete lap, plus one more, I think, except for Rossignoli, he's on his last lap now. 24-second lap for Breno. He is creeping along. Marino, pretty confident. Even if he runs out of fuel, he's won. So it is going to be Sébastien Marino from France. As he comes across now, is he going to come under his own power? It looks like he is. There we go. That's the winner. Congratulations, Sébastien Marino.
Well done indeed to Sébastien Marino, winning in the end by 2 laps. Surprising amount of fuel problems there, but of course the engines in the F1s are slightly bigger. They're about 3cc more, but even so, running out on a 25-minute so early, a number of people need to look to themselves. Lefty, you were watching that one. I could see in the bottom right of my screen another fuel consumption race.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this in the semifinals. I mean, I know it. I've been following this all weekend. It's really hot, so they got to run their cars a little bit richer, and it's causing problems. 700 cc's of fuel too. So, yeah, I don't know, and no pit stops. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
just in case you run 1/8
1/8
nitro and think 700 cc's of fuel would bankrupt me, it is mostly just pump gas. There's a little bit on the whole. It is pure pump gas. I think they add a little bit of additives. They can run 98 European octane, which I believe is 93 in the States. Is RON. It's slightly different. But it's pump gas, so it's obviously not cheap these days because the stuff's like gold, but it is significantly less expensive than the nitro fuel, put it that way. Yeah, I mean that was that. I'm afraid I'm not going to try and make something up that wasn't there. That race kind of lacked the excitement, apart from who's going to reach the end, didn't it?
Yeah, I would rather see races to the end instead of people running out of fuel. So I know, like in the 5th scale world, for what I saw in America, they have like fast fuelers. Maybe pit stops need to be introduced to bring some excitement to it as well. Some pit strategy, it would be great. Maybe smaller tanks and force a pit strategy.
Yep,
Yeah,
thanks, Leslie. Well, we're going to go straight over and talk to our winners with Matt.
Wow, Sébastien, congratulations. Tell me about your final.
Merci. Félicitations pour la finale. Un petit retour de la finale. Très compliqué au début. J'ai eu la pression au début. Et après, j'avais vraiment peur de la panne sèche. Donc, j'ai essayé de me faire un petit matelas d'avance et de le gérer, de garder 3-4 secondes d'avance tout le long.
The start was very complicated because the other was very. I don't have the word. And he wanted to make a space and of 3 or 4 seconds, and because he was scared about be out of fuel.
Of course, yes. Were you worried towards the end? Were you driving super slow and just trying to keep the car going?
Oui, je visais les 20 secondes au tour pour garder vraiment l'écart et pas plus, quoi. Pas besoin d'aller chercher plus. Il fallait gérer.
I target the 20 second per laps for finish the race, and it's not.
Of course. Final question. You so fast on this track.
Comment t'as fait pour aller aussi vite, parce que t'as été devant au qualif au C7, c'est quoi
chez le même tout le week-end, enfin tout au long de la semaine.
A lot of work on the car for have the second at the end, and a lot of practice.
Congratulations.
Merci.
I think we played guess the question there, as it kind of both got the idea about the amount of work that goes into it. Right, that I think we will call a quit to F1, and we will begin to change our focus towards the touring cars. To do that, first of all, I need to have a very short word from my sponsors, and then a wonderful montage of TC Cars Racing. Well, that was marvellous, wasn't it? What a fantastic look at TC touring cars. Right, Lefty, what are we expecting in this half-hour final? I'll start with you. First thing, give me a number between 1 and 10 of actual finishers.
5.
No, I'm going to go 7 because most of them managed to get through the first bit. But here's, of course, one of the weird things is, of course, out in Ferrari, it's now sort of 2:45, which is actually the hottest part of the day. It does carry on getting warm up to about 4 o'clock. In Central Europe. So everything's on midday. Midday isn't the warmest part. That's why Mad Dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun, because actually it's in fact warmer at 4 o'clock. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. No, I do.
So what we expect? I'm sorry.
I hope we don't see a lot of DNFs via fuel. I'd like to see a race to the end. I think these cars, the gentleman who was on previously, these cars can kind of bang each other a little bit, like you know, they're not open wheel like the Formula One cars. So I'd like to see some good racing. But I'm enjoying it. Trust me, it looks so the Formula One cars with like the Red Bull schemes and the Ferrari schemes. I love that. I really do. And the scale look is what's got me. It's got me seriously geeking out on this stuff.
I think one of the things that you often find within large scale touring car, because it's a single tank event, you kind of lose that element of tactics. It's just going out and driving. But of course, now the tactics come back into it because that single tank won't last long enough. So people are going to have to start saving fuel early on. We've not seen this yet because I think people were still learning during the semi-finals. There must be a point where a driver thinks, well, I'm going to save really hard at the start so I can go fast at the end. And we may see people coming through because we have seen a massive drop-off as people get basically the first person to retire, the rest of the field goes, whoa, and starts slowing back. So if you know you've saved fuel, that would be a good tactic, do you think?
Yeah, I believe so. And also you'll save tires, you know, so you less fuel consumption, you're spinning the tires less, you're heating them up less. So your car will be better in the second half of the race. So you may see some of these guys who are fast just kind of holding back maybe and trying to conserve fuel, conserve tires, and save it all for the final sprint. I mean, that's what I would do if I was doing this. So
Yeah,
I think If you got to lead,
that's what we do in the 8th final, which is what we qualified for.
I mean, I would love to race this class, and JQ could be my mechanic because he's retired.
Let's find random uses for JQ. We had to find a use for him.
We did.
Well, well, we've been covering this event for a number of years for EFRA. I think the first one was 2010 in Croatia, where we sent Matt for a week to get frightened by cannons. It's a long story. Look back in the archive on RC Racing TV's YouTube page. There have been many previous winners, many great races. Do you know what? What I need to see now is a reminder of large-scale touring car over the past few years.
That he's started the last lap. That's Catalani, in fact, ahead of him. And Brev behind him. And that is very, very heads-up racing by the current European champion. Coming through to complete and win. Not sure he had very much more in the tank there, because that car came to a very, very quick stop. But Martin Bayer from the Czech Republic is confirmed as the winner.
Oh, and very ponderous around the corner there for this last lap. I think he might have finished. They're really getting quite close. They are grandstand finishing for us. They're both in the same frame. Feldman catching hand over fist to Arnaldi. If there had been another couple of laps, which there aren't, he might have had a chance. But Feldman now is within shooting distance, well, speaking distance. Oh, he could be up to it. He's trying so hard, Mighty Marcus. But it's going to be Arnaldi. He's going to win this. But he's going to win this by less than a second. And a win for Bernard Arnaldi. He's slightly tightened up towards the end. Across the line now, he's going to have to... If he makes the final lap, it doesn't matter. He's do one more lap, but what happens is Arnaldi won't make another lap if Bayer does. So all Bayer needs to do is get round here, even though he has slowed right down. If he crosses the line, he's the European champion, because he will finish the lap and the time will be up before Arnaldi can. So Bayer finishes the lap, and he hasn't used another one, but that's it. He's won this one. He still hasn't finished quite, I don't think, or has he got to finish? He has. He's slowed down enough again. And
Giovanni Verbrugge. There's going to be an explosion from the Belgian contingent down below the driver stand, the driver rostrum. At which point I will have to take the second mic and run down to talk to Giovanni. The checkered flag waves, and Giovanni Verbrugge is the European champion in the 1/5 large-scale touring cars. I am off. Thank you for watching, and we'll get an interview now.
So it's now the last lap for Stegmuller. He just needs to go. I'll go as slowly as I could, young man, because you don't want to do 2 laps. And the winner is going to be Kevin Stegmuller, as Timu now, I think, ran out of fuel. And Stegmuller will take the checkered flag now, and he is your new F1 European champion. And he's given us a bit of joy there. And he's going to do donuts. Good lad. Good lad. Yeah, over 3 laps, Patrick Follman looked pretty quick. But once the going got tough as such, it's not really been anybody in the groove. And he obviously took pole. And in this final, on virtually no running, remember, he hadn't got this backup of knowledge of how the track was. He had 10 minutes before lunch. Leapt into the lead. Helped, I think, by the fact that Arnaldi wasn't as fast as Follman and didn't block him, but held him up. And that is European champion. He's won it. I think he's got one more. Is he finished? He has. So Marcus Feldman is a 7-time European champion. And no one more deserving in this paddock of another win.
So some lovely memories there of previous events, and lovely memories of some of our previous commentators as well, though John from the start still does it with us. And hello to Adam too, wherever you are. Lefty, lots of great results, some very close races. We've had races with a bit of rain at the end, but this race is about fuel, it's about experience, and the man we saw there, Marcus Feldman, he's got more than anyone else put together.
Yeah, 7 European championships. He's a dentist too. So you said that earlier. I like that he said he's not a full-time RC racer. He still has fun doing this, which is great. I mean, I believe even Kalari raced this at one point too.
He won twice. Kalari won 2 European Championships around the turn of the century.
Really?
Yep.
And then I was shocked to find I knew Martin Burr had won, but I think he won it twice as well.
Twice in a row,
So
and his
if
brother
I
won it 2 years later. So the Bayers
No
won
way.
it both. Yeah, and they used to, unfortunately, the Bayer Arena, which was the place I was thinking about, which was the first time we covered this in 2010 in kind of a reportage rather than live style. That unfortunately was, I think, demolished during either 2019 or during COVID, which is a bit sad. It was a great facility. Talking about Marcus Feldman, he qualified second behind Matthias Hedlund, but that still meant it gave our team a good chance to have a chat with him. Let's hear from the racing dentist.
With all your experience and championships under your belt, you just have to get past this young gun.
Yes, I think it's fine. The speed is there. I have a good feeling in the car, and in the morning we were just seeking for more steering, and the times were coming towards the end of the run. But the final, of course, is 30 minutes, and it will be much hotter than today, I think, in the morning. To be honest, I'm quite happy to not start in front of Marius, because Marius is a young gun. I think also pushing a lot in the start, so I think position 2 is quite good, and I can arrange my race.
He is phenomenal in his speed, isn't he? What do you think of him, and do you think he can hold his nerve? Because obviously this is a big one for him, having someone like you behind him as well.
Of course, I remember when I was the first time on pole position at the Euro final, and I just wrecked it. So it's difficult. It will be tough, because he told me he was also yesterday in the first qualifying quite nervous. And to be honest, after the speed he had in qualifying, I knew he was going to be contending for the pole position. But I thought he would maybe be a little nervous and do some more small errors, but he didn't, so it's good.
How many, if you can seal the deal, if you can get this one, how many championships will you be adding to your belt in the final?
I think it would be the 11th Euro title.
Okay. That'd be nice.
Yes, of course. That's why I'm here.
You've got to be brave to bet against Marcus Feldman, but you know we're seeing some great performances from Matthias Hedlund. But don't forget, we've hardly mentioned him, but there was a man in the final, Bernard Alan Arnaldi, who's actually currently the reigning champion. He won in 2019. Where was that? That was over in Zagreb. I had to cheat then. Have a look at my screen. So we have a couple of the European champions. A couple didn't make it. We saw Giovanni Viburgo fail in the semi-finals. We also saw, obviously, that current reigning world champion Matis Glic also didn't make the final. So it's a bit more wide open than you'd expect. So, you know, with plenty to look out for. Anybody in the field that you're particularly backing, or Keenan? You know, someone not the top. You think they're going to come through? Somebody you think's got a light pressure on the trigger?
I would like to see the young guys come through. We've had, we had the Euros a couple of weeks ago in England that we had young winners. We've had some very good Euros here over the last few weeks. It'd be good to see one of these young guys do well. But like experience, I think the experience is going to come down to that gentleman, the dentist right there. And you can't go against that and we'll see. But we can't go against the dentist, can we? He's
best not to. He got drills and things, and scalpels and all sorts of stuff. I had dental surgery on Thursday, and it's just about stopped hurting now. So I'm just about French dentists again. Anyway, so we are now waiting to see where they're going to start. Are they looking to start at 3:10 or 3 o'clock? Do we know that? Can someone talk in my? They are still going for 3 o'clock, which is a few minutes time. So we'll just. I think it's a good point you make about young guns, Keane. We've seen it already in a couple of the European Championships, but then interestingly in the Touring Car Championship, the electric, it was all the old guys, all the old guns, no young people at all, and perhaps this as well. Why do you think it's off road where we're really seeing this push from youngsters?
I think that a lot of people start with off-road a lot more than on-road, because when you think about it, an off-road car is more versatile. You can run it on the road. When people average get their first cars, I think just a little bit more popular as well than on-road. This is the upper echelons of RC. It's a little bit more expensive than what we do. But it comes down to also having fathers or people to help them out. And you can see the young guys here have their fathers with them, obviously, because this is some really advanced mechanicking and wrenching that's needed. So I just think that these skills in the off-road class require a little bit more. You know, off-road's 3D. It's jumping, it's bumps, it's rough, and these young guys, they're playing a lot of PlayStation, a lot of gaming, so their hand-eye coordination is extremely good. So I think that helps them out a lot in the off-road team. So I think on on-road, it's about being smooth, it's about being patient. And you know, if you watch like Bruno Coelho, how he drives, it's very smooth, transfers over to his off-road racing. And off-road, you just have to be much more aggressive, and it rewards taking a chance more, I would say. Whereas in on-road, it's a lot more about setup. Your car has to be perfect. And obviously in these conditions with the heat and fuel, you have to save fuel in 8 scale as well. But I think being smoother on throttle, steering, everything is what comes into play here. We always say, you know, if you want to be a better off-road driver, race some on-road. That's what a lot of, you know, you hear some of these old-timers say, because it teaches you corner speed. So we shall see. I mean, we see Coelho do it. He's like considered one of the best in the world. I mean, he was on a podium at all 3 of these Euros here recently. If he was racing this, I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the hunt for the top 3 in this, because he's just that talented. So we shall see. And it's good to see, like you said, Martin Bayer and those guys have won as well. So there is some crossover to this event, I think. And we'll see, because there's no pressure on those off-road guys to do well at these races, I think.
No, that's a good point. I think if you are a real youngster taking up this large-scale touring car, you need your dad just to carry the car. It's so big and heavy. Down in the pit lane, we've got some activity. I wonder if we can just cross to Matt for a quick update on what's going on in the pit lane.
Hey guys, yeah, we're in the pit lane. There's just under 3 minutes to go now. No delays have been called, which according to Ian Oddy, that is a miracle. Almost always there's a delay, but thankfully for us, there's no delay. We can see, obviously, the laps are happening, and Marius Hetland's dad is watching on as his son, what will be going through his head over the next half an hour. Who knows, his son in his first European Championship, his heart must be pounding. I'm here with Laszlo. Laszlo, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very fine. A little bit excited. Hopefully, Marius can win his first European Championship race. But we are here for fun, and I think he enjoyed the whole week.
So your prediction is with Marius?
Yeah, he should win.
People have been saying his name since the first lap turned here in practice.
Yeah, well, he was dominating the whole week. He was really dominating the whole week. Won 2 heats of 4 qualifications. So I think he's in extremely good form.
Excellent. Well, it looks like it's time to go racing. He's been dominating all week, but this is his first European Championship. Let's see what he can do in the final, as there's some action happening there.
Yeah, a few seconds to go. I think there's going to be a driver introductions as well, which they didn't do for F1, but then we need to find out who these people are and who they race for. But any second now, the GT 30-minute final will be off. Let's hear from Frank McKinney.
Okay, we are ready to start this touring car A final for the EFRA large-scale on-road European Championships. Drivers have had their 3 minutes of warm-up, and you can see that they are, mechanics are putting the cars down in the pit lane, and they're putting them down in numerical order so that a formation lap can take place. And Marius Hetland will lead them out as he has earned his pole position for this 30-minute A final here in Fiorano, Italy. So there they go. Teodoro from Amsky, the Italian RC Motorsport Federation, is telling them to come out. And on the grid, we're going to have Marius Hetland from Norway, Marcus Feldman from Germany, Edoardo Ripetti from Italy, Dario Faselli from Croatia, Bernard Alan Arnaldi from France, Gianmarco Martelli from Italy, Rick Vanderpoel from the Netherlands, Constantino Nicola Maroni from Italy, Andrea Catalani from Italy, who will have a stop-and-go penalty for an engine change, and also Sindre Undheim from Norway. So quite an international field. We're getting, the last cars are getting lined up. So it's unique to large-scale on-road. You see the Italian flag at the first corner being counted down. 3 seconds. And it's up, and they are away. Quick starts for everybody. Hetland already off. He's got a good gap to Feldman behind. So we're going to stick with these lead cars and hope nothing too dreadful happens to them. Arnaldi challenging Vaselli going down the straight. And Catalani's already come in for his stop and go. He was starting in 9th, so it's not a massive loss. He's required to do that within the first 4 laps. So let's follow the battle for 3rd. At the moment, it looks like first and second are checked out. Arnaldi leading Vaselli, leading, that is Ripetti leading Vaselli, leading Arnaldi. And then it's Martelli and Vanderbilt and Maroni. Undheim in the white and green car leading the last, taking up the last spot with Catalani a few seconds behind. But Vaselli putting the pressure on Ripetti, who, as we talked to his friend Alessio Mezzio, picked Ripetti for the win. So neither the Norwegian nor the German, who are in first and second at the moment. So as we've seen before, this really comes down to, it's not really fuel capacity, it's more engine tuning. And these guys are, there's a limit, and there's a very, very thin line that these guys are on. Might call it the knife's edge as Ripetti and Vaselli go into the infield and around the Omega and across the kink. They're on a knife's edge of tuning when this heat. It's 36.5 degrees. It's about close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit out there. 52 degrees track temperature. And these guys are out here for 30 minutes on 700 cc's of fuel. And it looks like Hetland is gapping Feldman. And these two that we're on are catching Feldman. So we'll see if this strategy works out for them and how the engine tuning holds up and how the tire compounds hold up. 3 compounds to choose from one of 2 different tire manufacturers. We could call it soft, medium, and hard, but it's more like soft, super soft, and ultra soft, as one brand calls it. Dario right on the back of Ripetti. Arnaldi waiting to pick up the pieces just in case something happens. As they go around the Omega, across the kink once again. Staying off the grass, not doing any track cutting, it looks like, at least so far. That inner wheel of Vaselli's MCD shaking as he chases the Mecatech, driven by Ripetti. Behind them is Arnaldi from France in a Genius branded car. So 3 makes represented. The field is mostly Mecatech. These cars are 2-wheel drive, a 2-stroke, basically a garden tool engine, like a weed whacker or a strimmer. To Vaselli, almost, it looked like he was going to make a dive there. He is attacking and putting the pressure on the Italian. Vaselli in that bright orange fronted car. Ripetti in the white, blue, and yellow. and Arnoldi in the white and mostly yellow with bits of blue, so it's slightly confusing, but Vaselli's in the middle. Repetti is leading this trio. This is the battle for third. Hetland, don't worry about him. He's doing fine. He's pulled away a 2.5 second gap almost to Feldman, 2.7 now. And these guys are 1.9 seconds behind Feldman. So we'll keep an eye on this. These guys doing mid to high 18-second laps. And as we've seen before, as Dario was telling me earlier, you cannot drive at 10 tenths and be doing fastest lap times of 18.2, 18.3 and expect to finish the race. They know they will not have enough fuel to finish the race at that pace. So it becomes a matter of knowing your pace and a balance of trying to make a lead and get away from the other competitors if you're able to pass them. Just like Hetland has. He's already in the second hairpin. We're with the 3 racers now battling for third, who are now reaching the second hairpin. So that gives you an idea of how far behind they are. And in between them, there's Marcus Feldman. Got a racer sprinting. We got, who's this? Gianmarco Martelli, massively damaged body. He's off and away. His marshal, his mechanic, I should say, sprinting in front of us to rescue the car. Didn't see what happened because we're paying attention to this battle for third. And for us, for the viewing public, we want to see this sort of battle all through the race. Absolutely piling on the pressure. And ideally not running out of fuel. If this battle can last, or something like it, for 30 minutes, that's exactly what we want to see. We don't want to see all these guys dropping out from engine tuning issues as the engine gets hot and hot and hot. Coming into the second hairpin, Dario really piling on the pressure. Whoa, a little mistake there from Repetti. Does that let him, does that lose him some space? Not really, but maybe that's a twinge of nerves. As Dario over the kink a little bit too hard there. Now he's lost about a half a car length, but right back up there again. The number 6 mechanic sprinting past us again. Not going well for Gianmarco Martelli. We've had Hetland hit the number 7 car of Vanderpoel. So we've got Vanderpoel. Oh no, Hetland has gone into the pits. Let's follow him out of the pits to see where he ends up. Because these 3 cars, the 3 cars that we were following before, that is now a battle for second. Hetland is going to have to power through. We don't see that very often. Luckily, both cars still driving, the 1 and the 7 of Hetland and Vanderpoel. Hetland coming through the Omega and over the kink. He definitely has the pace to catch and pass Vanderpoel again. Didn't see what happened there because we're following the very intense battle for third place. Hetland off in the grass, in the Omega. His mechanic rushing out to get him. The other mechanic not allowed to touch Hetland's car. Hetland out. Big news. So that puts Feldman, who's crossing the finish line now. Let's pick him up at the end of the straight in the bright orange and blue car. That puts Feldman in the lead. The 10-time European champion and former world champion. He is in prime position. I don't think that was nerves at all. That was just bad luck trying to get past a lapped car. Nightmare scenario for the pole sitter, Marius Hetland from Norway. That Feldman He's been in this position many, many times. It's a marathon, not a sprint. As he comes into the infield and around the Omega, and he's coming up on the number 9 car of Andrea Catalani after his stop-and-go penalty. Not 2 seconds behind Feldman is Rapetti and Vaselli, who are still battling for second place. Arnaldi is a couple seconds behind them. So Hetland is back out now. Oh, no, back in the pits. I think he might be calling it done because he was already 3 laps down. There was almost, well, very little chance. But then, you know, we've seen what happens in the last few minutes of these races. So maybe, has he gone back out? I don't see him out on track. He may have retired his car. That is a nightmare. The number 9 car just massively cut the track. I'm not sure what happened there. So now we've got a developing battle for the lead. Coming down the main straight, we've got Feldman, Rapetti, and Dario going into the Omega all together. And there we go. We've got a battle for the lead now. So here we go. This is really developed. We've got almost 19 minutes left in this one. So what is Feldman going to do? Well, he probably won't let them by. Did 18.9 that time. 18.6s for Rapetti and Vaselli last time round. And they are basically crawling all over him to take the lead into the second hairpin. You can see the cars dive under acceleration as they hit the brakes, and they're coming into the infield around the Omega. And he's let Rapetti past, and little coming together with Vaselli. I'm not sure. I heard Javier, our race referee, say something. I'm not sure if that was let him by or anything like that, or they're very, very strict on the contact here, even though this is touring car racing. And the car 9 that I noted had cut the track, he's been told to come in the pit lane, do a stop and go. So let's next car's back. Next car's back. These two. This is Feldman and Vaselli battling for second. Very similar schemes, but one, the lead car, which is Feldman, the German, running an Alfa Romeo on the Mecatech. And Vaselli taking the inside line. Little bit of contact there. I'm not sure what is going to be called by the referee. And they've got Arnaldi just behind Vaselli, trying to get past. I think Vaselli was basically giving Feldman more space as a penalty. No, he's got an actual... No, he's coming in for a body repair. Okay, so long-term thinking there. You don't want body damage rubbing on your tires, because that will wear them out and ruin your race, basically. So we've got Feldman, a slow Feldman, a surprisingly slow Feldman. We've got Rapetti in the lead, Feldman in second. And Arnaldi has popped up into third place now. And not far behind him, actually, is Maroney. Vaselli dropped down to fifth with that pit stop. His father fixing the body damage. So we're following Feldman being chased by Arnaldi. This is the battle for second, coming down the main straight. Is Feldman, I thinking long term here. 19.3 that last time, 18.7 for Arnoldi. It's a half a second. And 19 flat for both of them that time. That's because Arnoldi is basically stuck behind Feldman. Feldman running the defensive lines, not wanting to let Arnoldi pass, or at least delaying him as much as possible. And if anything, possibly letting Moroni catch up to both of them so that Arnoldi has to run the defensive lines. As they come across the kink into the first hairpin, flowing through the second hairpin, 19-1 and 19 flat last time. Let's see what they do this time. 19 flat again for both. Completing their 48th lap. Rapetti well ahead of these two. He's already onto the hairpin, second hairpin, as these guys are coming past the kink. Feldman playing a very defensive line now. Still doing 85 kilometers an hour down the straight. That's nearly 55 miles an hour. Ooh, a little bit on the curb there coming out of the kink, but not on the grass, so he's all right. Slight bit of corner cutting there by Arnoldi, but not completely on the grass. So, as we've seen in the races leading up to this, drivers really trying to pour on the pressure, but Arnoldi, one-time former European champion. Feldman, oh, just about giving that space up. So Arnoldi does get past. I was just going to say that Feldman, 10-time European champion and a former world champion, is not going to break very easily to Arnoldi. So let's see if he's able to keep up with Arnoldi, because Moroni is coming, and coming very quickly, and with a steaming Dario on his tail. So this pair and the pair behind all battling for position on the track on the same lap as they all come around the Omega and into the first hairpin. Second hairpin, and around commentator's corner across that tricolore finishing line. It's not really a drag race, it's just who can get around the corner the quickest on that final lap in about 12.5 minutes time. So Feldman slowly falling into the clutches of Moroni as they're in the infield. We're focusing on Feldman, the orange and blue car, who's being captured almost hand over fist by Moroni in the blue and white, the Carabinieri flavored machine of Moroni, who has got Vaselli attached with a toe strap right behind him, piling all sorts of pressure on. Moroni wanting to get past Feldman so that he can let Vaselli and Feldman. Ooh, we almost had a night. You get off the racing line, number 9. Main straight nearly had some carnage there, but off camera, so we're not following it. Moroni just up on 2 wheels, had to let off the throttle, so that lost them some space to Feldman. Oh, and Feldman spins out. Does he have some body damage? It looks like his roof is bunched up a bit. No, he's just spun out a bit. So we got Moroni now moving up into 3rd, Vaselli in 4th, Feldman in 5th. So our running order now, Rapetti, Arnoldi, Moroni, Vaselli and Feldman. And another spin out from Feldman. And that is in a right-hand turn. Vaselli up on 2 wheels. We're following Moroni and Vaselli. But Vaselli, even though he had to lift off just a bit, he's right on the back of Moroni. So now what is Feldman thinking? Whoa, Vasselli up on two wheels again, losing lots of space now to Moroni. Is he going to be able to make that up in the infield? I think he will be able to. Maybe have to adjust their brakes. These guys can adjust their brakes using computer radios. Ideally, when they're going down the straight like this, they have a couple of seconds where they can punch a couple of buttons on their transmitter, move the brake balance forward or backward as needed. Moroni under all sorts of pressure by Vasselli. Vasselli, a former European champion in large-scale off-road. And here he is trying to get on the podium, maybe even take the win in large-scale on-road. We'll be seeing Vasselli next week in Austria for the large-scale off-road European Championship. But he's not even thinking about that right now. He's just concentrating on staying under Moroni's rear wing as much as possible. These guys running woven carbon fiber rear wings, so quite rigid, very high downforce on these. But with multiple vanes and strakes and whatnot, kind of like the old Subaru WRC cars. It's just crawling all over the back of Moroni. Arnaldi, running in second, is a couple seconds ahead of him and doesn't seem to be making up any ground on Ripetti, who is well in the lead from all of these guys. As we know, the situation can change very drastically, and we are under 8.5 minutes remaining now. So fuel, engine, tires, driver fatigue, especially for the bump-up racers. And why does that matter? Well, because these leading racers are going to be catching and passing the lap cars, the drivers of which may just not be completely aware of everything that's going on. Vasselli almost taking a dive there, try for a pass. So we're going to start see cars really slow down, I think. I hope, for their sake. 18.8 lap times, 18.7. Lots of 19s outside of the top three. Vasselli and Moroni looked like they were getting a bit twitchy there. Vasselli on the curb coming out of the kink. So 18.9, 18.8 that time. They're not really, they've slowed down a little bit, but not a huge amount. 7:20 to go in this race for the European title 2022 for large-scale touring car. No other battles on track. Nothing to speak of. We've got Ripetti well out front by 8 seconds or so. Arnaldi 5 seconds behind him. So this battle for third, the final podium spot. No more bump ups. The only bump ups you'll get are bumping up position for the final result. Only one car out of it. That's Marius Hetland, our pole position man. We don't know exactly what happened, but he and the number 7 car, Vanderboel, came together in the hairpins and both ended up with body damage. Hetland stopped to get repaired immediately and went out and did a couple of laps, ended up on the grass, and subsequently retired. So not sure exactly what happened. The number 0 car has stopped, Sindre Undheim. So we've got a stoppage out in the hairpin section towards the end of the lap. So it's our first fuel/engine retirement. And he stops out of 7th place. You see the stricken white and green car of the Norwegian. as Maroney goes up on two wheels, has to let off the throttle a bit. That lets Dario get a pretty good run on him, but he's not able to capitalize this time. So are these guys going to start slowing down? I talked to Dario with his dad off camera before the finals started. He said he doesn't like to be told. They don't carry on conversations, even though they've got radio headsets that they can talk to each other. They don't have extended conversations. It's more, there's a crash here or there, or so-and-so is broken out, and that's about it. There's no coaching or anything like that. And Maroney's out. Maroney is out. That puts Vaselli into third. Is he going to slow down now? He did a 18.9 last lap. Let's see if he creeps that back up. 19.1. So that could have been a loss of 0.2 just from avoiding Maroney. And Maroney's mechanic is out there. So let's see what Vaselli does this time. He was the one who was telling me it's going to be absolute mayhem and carnage. 18.9, so he's actually sped up slightly. Just going the same pace now. So his next target, or hopeful target, is Arnoldi, who, let's go to Arnoldi, the white-fronted car just crossing the finish line now, going down the main straight. White, yellow, and blue on the top and sides. He's going into the Omega. He's just behind Rick Vanderpool. Arnoldi getting a pass, putting a lap on Vanderpool. It looks like he's visibly slower than Vaselli. Arnoldi doing 18.8, so yeah, I was wrong there. But I'm sure they're going to start slowing down soon. Feldman running in fourth, playing the long game. The hopeful, fingers crossed long game. Feldman has just let the number 6 car of Martelli pass, and he's about to let Rapetti, the leader, pass, I think. So he's definitely playing the long game. Feldman doing a 20 flat that time. And we're on Arnoldi, who is eventually, very quickly, going to catch Feldman. Feldman slowing right down, 20 flat that last time. This time doing a 20.5, so even slower. I gave Marcus a thumbs up saying, hope you're ready, and he said, well, we'll see, just before the race started. So we're on the Frenchman, car 5 of Bernard Alain Arnoldi. 2.5 minutes to go. We've still got Dario running. And we're on Arnoldi. We've got Dario has just passed the car 9 of Catalani, who actually has the fastest lap of the race. Not recently, I'm sure. 18.4 lap. In qualifying, these guys are doing 18.2s. So it gives you an idea of how much they've backed off. 2 minutes remaining now. Well, Arnoldi going into the infield. Definitely catching Feldman. Feldman crossing his fingers and toes on the stand, I'm sure. Wanting to take his 11th European title in this category. No other stoppages on track, but looking for, there's so many people gathered around, waiting for arms to shoot up and point at a dead car as Arnoldi goes down the main straight. So Rapetti, let's find him. He's in the second hairpin now and coming around commentator's corner. Last turn, going down the main straight. That's Edoardo Rapetti from Italy. Less than a minute left. And these guys certainly know their stuff. Much fewer retirements in this one. It wasn't quite as much carnage, but there's still 40 seconds left. as Repetti goes into the infield now. Around the Omega and across the kink. 30 seconds, the drivers are told. Let's see what Repetti's lap time is this time. 19.1, so he's not really backed off all that much. Vaselli doing a 19.1, Arnaldi a 19.2. How confident are these guys? Feldman still running. We've got Repetti, Arnaldi, Vaselli, Feldman, Vanderpoel, Catalani, Martelli. And that is it. Time has expired. Arnaldi has been caught. Vaselli's caught. We've got Vanderpoel has hit the car 9. They're both down. Car 9 and 7 are both dead. And that's the first hairpin. And that is it. Repetti, Edoardo Repetti is your new large-scale European champion for 2022.
Well, that was a less atrocious shot. Should we just gather some of the pictures from the coming off the stand there? There's a lot of celebration. And yeah, we're going to catch up with the winners and everyone else as we move on. So Edward Repetti, do not bet against Alessio Mazzea. He did back Repetti about an hour and a half ago on the stream. Lefty, a race of tactics, wasn't that really?
Yeah. We saw the pole guy drop out early after a crash. Feldman also kind of lost some pace. Maybe he was trying to conserve some fuel and got too far back, lost that lead tail. But the winner, this gentleman, I guess this is the winner there. He just got out to that lead and he was able to conserve his fuel, I think, and just nobody was catching him. I don't think.
Yeah, I think if we get to speak to Marcus, we'll find out it was more than fuel saving. That car seemed to have a problem. It was falling off too much, even for the most intelligent of pre-thought fuel saving. Let's have a word. Go down to the line. Have a word with our winner, with Matt.
Wow. Tell me about that race.
That's incredible in the start. The engine doesn't work good, and I try to keep my position defending by Dario and Arnaldi. Then I don't know why, but it starts to work, and then I try to push. I catch Marcus, and okay. So we are here, and I'm really happy, satisfied, and this is incredible.
Was it going through your head that maybe you're going to run flat?
What? Sorry?
Maybe you're going to run out of fuel? Is that on your mind as you're doing those final laps?
It was so difficult to drive in the end because my father from the side told me, don't push so much, but in the track it's impossible to don't push, so it's okay.
You had some legends behind you, Vaselli, Feldman, these guys have won many Euros. How does it feel to finish ahead of them?
Fantastic. I was thinking about this moment from, I think, 3 or 4 years when I know that the Euro will be there. And so I reached this objective, and this result is amazing.
Is this your home track?
Yes, I started here 11 years ago when I was just a child. Then I stopped because I love to play football. And then when I restart, I come always here with my father and with my friends. And so I'm really happy to win there.
How glorious to win is in front of family and friends.
Fantastic. Now I don't realize this result, but later I think will be yes.
Party tonight?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Congratulations.
Great to hear from Eduardo. Just to give you the full result, it was Edoardo Repetti who won. It was Bernard Arnaldi, who was the European champion until about 3 minutes ago, in second. Dario Vaselli was third. Marcus Feldman was fourth with, I think, a technical issue. Hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that one. Rick Vanderpoel was fifth. Andrea Catalani was sixth. It was Gianmarco Martelli in seventh. Nicola Moroni in eighth. Sondre Underholm in ninth, and pole sitter Matthias Hedlund in 10th. And I think realistically only the first 5 made the full trip. So I think we lost a couple to accidents and 3 to fuel. But I think we were quite surprised there. So we got. I'm saying we got 5 back. Wasn't that your prediction, Lefty?
Yeah, I said 5. I just wanted to say, what another great Euros, hey? Here we have the hometown hero winning. I think we can't ask for better results than this. It's been this is not the first week of great Euros, I would say. He said when he knew this race was going to be 3 or 4 years ago, he started preparing for it. So congratulations to him. He drove a great race, and he beat a lot of legends in this sport. So it's gonna be great to see. I think the Worlds is gonna be good. I was also talking to my friend here in Dominican Republic. He was telling me that you come on down and try out one of these cars. So I did get an invite to race one of these cars here next month. So it's gonna be good. And I think also
You need to give it a go, Lefty. But before the rest of the story comes, we've got a chance to speak with our runner-up, or as EFRA call him, vice champion. It's Bernard Alain Arnoldi.
Bernard, congratulations. Are you happy with second place?
Yes, thanks. For me, this track is more difficult for me, and this result is same of victory for me. It's yes, very happy. A lot of gestion with fuel, but 2 for me is good. It's very good.
Last few laps, how were you feeling? I mean, amazing how many people we've lost to fuel issues.
Yes. Last minute, a lot of gestion and more warning. It's good. It's finished. It's good. Yes.
Absolutely. Some new faces doing really well. I mean, you're a legend in this class, as is Feldman and Vaselli, but we've got some new guys that are really fast. Is that good to see?
Yes, he's good. He's new young driver. He's good for pushing, for more work, and he's very good. Well,
congratulations.
Well, no need to ask what Bernard was doing over lockdown, because his English has improved off the scale since we last spoke to him. So that's excellent news. Sorry, Lefty, you were talking about your offer of a free drive. Carry on.
Oh yeah. So thanks to through this broadcast, one of the guys that reached out to me, they're going to be racing these cars here in the DR here next month. So he said, "Come on down, and let me try it." So I get to try one of these cars. That's pretty cool. I like that. Also, so go ahead. Sorry.
So I think we're getting lots of views from McDonald's, and this either means that Matt's very hungry or he's found Darius Vaselli. I'm going to guess he's found Darius Vaselli for a chat.
Of champions, this literally is Dario's breakfast at McDonald's. Dario,
hello.
Talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was very nice. It was difficult. Bad luck with Feldman on the straight. I was inside, but there was a touch. He didn't get the stop and go. He didn't get anything, but it's too late. So anyway, I think we can be maybe one place in front, but I'm also happy with the 3rd place.
You didn't seem to be concerned with the fuel issues in the semi either. So were you worried that you maybe run flat?
No, we was satisfied with the fuel consumption in the semi-final. So we know that we have enough for the final. So we push immediately from the beginning. But I'm very happy with the result. This is our first European Championship with the new car with the Duox from MCD. So I cannot be more happy than this one. First podium, first European after a very, very long time. So it's very
absolutely. You've provided us with some entertainment with a furious battle with Nicola Constantine Moroni. How was that?
All fight was good. Everything was clear, except this with Feldman, but it's past now. So we will go further and looking forward to the next European champion.
Absolutely. Also, we lost the pole man. I mean, he was possibly the fastest person here, but unfortunately we lost him really early on.
Sometimes you don't know what can happen in the final, so bad luck is always. Without luck, you cannot do anything, so that's all.
Well, no one knows that better than you. Congratulations on making the podium.
Thank you very much.
We'll let you eat your McDonald's.
I think Matt wants some McDonald's. Dario there absolutely, completely, 100% has forgotten the instant Marcus Feldman is never going to mention it again. It's forgotten. Isn't that right, Lefty?
Now it's never forgotten. He'll remember at the next race. They had some contact. I was wondering, there were some guys that ran out very early, like with 4 minutes to go and whatnot. So I wonder what happened in their program compared to these other guys who were able to go completely. And like the leader, he said he didn't really conserve as much fuel as he was supposed to. So maybe they had some terminal fatalities in their engines or something.
Yeah, I mean,
not
I
make
think the situation is that they've got. I think that possibly the ones that stopped 5 minutes before may have had a different engine problem. I believe we've got a chance now to speak to our poleman, and unfortunately, our last place finisher with Matt.
Marius, hard luck. You were the fastest person here. If you'd have kept running, I think you would have had it in the bag. What happened?
Yeah, I had a good lead. It felt good, and just an accident made the car go out. And I went into the pit to check what it was, and we put it out again and tried more, but the steering was completely gone, so it was just to go in again.
So, a completely unrelated issue, just something. It wasn't to do with a crash or anything.
Yeah, the crash made the thing. He were going to let me go, but he made a little bit of a mistake and went onto the grass. Then when he came up, it was too late for me to do anything about it, and we went out together, and it ruined the car. But
this is racing, right?
Yeah, shit happens. So
well, hard luck. There's plenty more European champions for you to come in years ahead.
yeah, for sure. Better next time, I hope.
Nice work. Back to you.
Well, Marius has got a career, I think, in F1 interviews. He both said for sure and dropped the S word, which is a favourite of many racing drivers, including, of course, Niki Lauda. Right, let's find out if Marcus was just saving fuel or whether Marcus had a slight problem. Marcus, with Matt.
Were you saving fuel or do you have a problem?
No, I had a problem. In the warm-up, the car felt great. But from the first or second lap, the car started sliding in the rear, and I could not figure out why, because I took off all the brake in the rear, but still it was very hard to drive.
And have you figured out what the issue was yet?
Not yet. The car is still in tech inspection, so I don't know. I don't know if it's a tire problem on the car. I don't know.
Very frustrating, but I mean, I guess it's your legend. We were talking even 2 laps to go. 4th place. Maybe you could still win. Was it a whole fuel strategy? But sadly, no.
No, the fuel was okay after the practice. We were quite sure even with pushing the fuel would be okay, but it was not even thinkable of pushing with this car.
Okay. Thought it was a bit uncharacteristic for you to give the place to Arnaldi at the time.
Yeah, but it was I had nothing to put against, so there was no sense to close.
10's still a good number, right?
Yes. But
11 next year.
The Worlds coming up, so
yes. Fontana, here we come.
Yes, of course, for sure.
Excellent. Thanks, Marcus. Best of luck next time.
So if Lefty gets a point for getting the correct number of finishes, I get a point for pointing out it was a technical issue, not fuel issue savings for Marcus there. Yeah, disappointing for Marcus. I think and in fact, disappointing for both our direct qualifiers into the A final, Lefty, because both of them had very, very poor races.
Yeah, and the racing luck, you need it. Looks like maybe Marcus and I can't remember his other name, the guy who looks like he should actually be running
Marius.
Formula One. He looks like a Formula One driver, to be honest. He's young enough to be. Maybe in that clash that they had coming onto the straightaway, they both damaged their cars. So who knows? As tough as these cars are, setup has to be perfect, especially on this level. So that little touch, that little rub, maybe it caused some irreparable damage.
Well,
maybe it set its camera off. Who knows?
Yeah, and the thing to remember, of course, is that these are very heavy cars, so they've got a huge momentum. So what can look like a light touch is actually an 11-kilogram car hitting an 11-kilogram car, which, to give you an idea, is 3 times the weight of a 1/8 buggy and sort of 9.5 times the weight of an electric touring car. And that, as you know, impact is squared with weight. So it's it's a lot more impact when they come together. Now, they are built very strong, but even so, when you bring those things together, you've got a chance of damage, haven't you?
Absolutely. Well, great race. I mean, we saw the gentleman who came third. I'm sorry, I'm not good with names.
That's all right. That was Dario Vaselli.
Right. He had a very good battle. He drove well. He had some good battles with the guy Moroni, but eventually his engine went. He did talk about the battle with Feldman. They had a good battle as well. So we did get to see some good racing. I have to believe that these guys draft off each other, man, because they're so close. And it just like, as a person coming onto this not for the first time, because I've watched this many times before, it just looks so real. And I think that I just can't get over that. And that's what really excites me about this. And it just was good racing. Like, you could see where he was trying to push, he's trying to get that extra grip, like in between the line of going on the curb and cutting the track. it was good to watch. And then Moroni, I think, ran out of fuel or had something terminal in his engine. So unfortunate, but that's racing. That is racing. Luck is a big part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was it was an interestingly battle-ridden. It wasn't action-packed, but there was battles everywhere as drivers tried to move forward because they just had a slightly better setup or a slightly better confidence in their fuel. But in the end, it was Eduardo Rapetti who won. Before we discuss any more about this, I'm just going to give a quick idea of what's coming up in the near future. Now, in the very near future, we have the prize-giving ceremony, which will be a few minutes away because I've got to spend about 25 minutes in tech. Following that, obviously, that's the end of this event, which is his large-scale touring car. Matt and the team are then getting into their van, and they are driving up to one of our favourite circuits in the world, which is Fairing in Austria. And then there'll be the large-scale off-road championships, and that'll be running, whether they're running, I think, from tomorrow, possibly Monday, but the actual live coverage will again start on Thursday, so Thursday, Friday and Saturday live for the large-scale touring car championship. The following week, again, they go from Austria and they just drive all the way down to just outside Rome to Gubbio, and then Gubbio will be holding the 1/10th IC Track Championship, and that'll be again the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We put a diary up so I can give you the dates, Ron, just because at this point it gets so far ahead. You're going, oh, what are you talking about, Nick? So that's live on the 28th, 29th, and 30th of July. We have a week off from EFRA, but we don't have a week off from live coverage because what happens after that is it's RCGP UK, and that'll be live on various platforms on Friday with the Rush, and then on the 6th and the 7th, that's 5, 6, and 7. So that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday for RCGP. That'll be going out on the channels, and that'll be your chance to see our newly crowned European champion take on the newly 3rd place and the newly 9th place at least, and several others. So quite a lot of the European A5s will be in that one. The following week, we go back into EFRA action. It's the 8th Track Euro, so that's on the 11th, 12th and 13th of August. That's coming from Valencia. And then we have a little bit of a break before we have a rousing send-off to the RC season, which includes our exclusive live coverage here on RCTV of the IFMA Worlds from Redovan, and that will be live from the 6th to the 10th, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday from Redovan, which will cover all the qualifying lower finals and finals. So we've got 5 days of action from Redovan, and then the following Thursday, Friday and Saturday, we have another World Championship with the IFMA Worlds from Gubbio for 1/10th electric. But prior to that, we have a chat with Matt and with the man who is the head of EFRA. It's the wonderful, it's lovely, it's marvellous Javier.
Javier, another European Championship in the books. Some challenges at the start with the whole track cutting thing, but it's lovely to have another one done.
Yeah, I think it has been an amazing event. It was challenging the start. Always is challenging in this class because it's always so close one each other. The level is the same for everybody, so I think it was so nice.
You referee the biggest class and the smallest class, the fastest class. Exactly. You drive the fastest class.
The whole range, so I can see the 112 in March, and now in summer you can get the biggest one. So yeah. I think this is quite more relaxing. It's more slower than the others. But as I say sometimes, when you test 112 in March, you can referee everything you want.
Yeah, that's the baptism of fire. Yeah. What an amazing class, though, to kind of introduce people to RC because it's so realistic.
Yeah, I think this class is the most realistic class. It's similar to the motorsport real. If you see the mechanical part and you see even the noise, I don't know if the viewer can listen or can feel the noise, but it's perfect. It's realistic. Yeah.
Our hearts go out to Marius. He was the fastest, undisputed fastest all through qualifying. TQ'd every round. He was super fast, and then unfortunately crashed, and he's done. I mean, you must have seen this happen so many times at finals.
Yeah, he was really bad luck. Even I called the car number 7 because he had a missing lap. Maybe the car number 7 brake a bit, and then it was an accident, so race incident. I was these things many times. It's a pity because he was faster, he was in the lead, and it's a pity, but that's racing.
And to the winner, obviously a local guy who's been racing here for years. He's won in front of friends and family. I mean, that's nice, and what an amazing facility to have it in as well.
Yeah, honestly, when I saw during the race, I didn't feel that we will finish for the fuel issues, because it's so hot, 30 minutes, but the pace was amazing. And yeah, and at the end, he prepared the car perfectly and he finished. And okay, when some of the local drivers win the championship, it's an explosion of emotion, especially here in Italy, especially here in that particular track.
Oh, absolutely. And finally, well, not finally, but not to go too deep into the whole rules and stuff, but obviously when we see a semi-final with 4, 5 cars finishing, do we have to rethink kind of how the rules are? Like, should they learn, I suppose, to run the engines more efficiently, or is there a new approach needed just to run in this heat?
Yeah, I'm not a specialist in the rules of this class because it's not my home class and I don't know exactly what is the feeling from the manufacturer and everything like this. Yeah, but at the end it's something that with this kind of temperature I have to take care of the second chairman, Ian, for sure that take notes about which change have to be done or need to be done for the next AGM. But what is sure is that the rules is the same for everybody and I could see a lot of cars finishing, even with fuel in the tanks. So I think everything has to be on the limit. But sometimes drivers and manufacturers have to think about for the spectacular. Sometimes people are complaining about only 4 cars, but at the end, really, they think that the show has to think about that everybody has to be finished. So the pace, the skills of driving is something important to take care.
Absolutely.
So not only the rules, not only.
And being on the limit is absolutely spectacular for people at home to watch.
Exactly. For the sport lovers or the motorsport lovers, everybody can see that this is spectacular in this amazing track. Get run out of fuel, maybe for the viewers is not so spectacular, but if you stay here and you can see that people try to push into the limits, that's amazing. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Javier. We know you've got some prizes to give.
Thank you for your work, also for the control and for this spectacular final show, because I think it's one of the things that the RC needs to exposure and to make this kind of show for the future. So thank you for your team.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Javier. Frank, what a final to commentate on.
Yeah, that was slightly unexpected, but it was a good race in the end. And it was good to see more than half the field finish. I think only 2 had to drop out in the end. So yeah, I was quite happy with that. And I hope everyone enjoyed the show at home.
We're doing our normal thing of waiting for the prize ceremony to start, and it always takes longer than promised. We were told 30 minutes. Maybe it'll be 30 minutes, maybe it'll be longer. Oh, we have Marco. Marco, the organizer. Just congratulations. What a phenomenal event.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm really happy, and when a lot of drivers come to say thank you to us, this is the best congratulations. This is the best satisfaction that we should have.
And how lovely to see the guy win at home and the reaction of the crowd and of friends and family.
Yeah. A lot of people funny today, and so everybody is happy, and we also are happy.
This track put a lot of legends through their paces. We lost a lot on the way, and I think a lot of people are going to go home and think about, the racing, but also the fuel and things like that.
Yeah, but also, we are very lucky because we are in the Motor Valley land, and we have Ferrari very close here. We have Ducati in Bologna, so a lot of factory near close to the track. So a lot of people come and maybe took a little holiday to go to the museum and something or somewhere near. So very, very good.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. We're looking forward to the prize ceremony pretty soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Now we are going to with the prize ceremony. Just wait the result from the technical inspection, and then we will call the European Championship.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Marco. Thank you. As I'm just wiping sun cream out of my eyes, which is quite painful. Section chairman is watching along. What's happening here then, Ian?
We're just taking the top 3 engines out and we will strip them in a moment.
Okay. That's going to be quite interesting to see, Nick. Hopefully we'll be able to have a look at that. So actually the drivers themselves do it?
Yeah, the drivers take them out, then it's their responsibility, but we do the inspection.
Okay. When you do the inspection, what are you looking for?
It's in the rule book. It's the porting, the shapes, stroke, bore, crankshaft. There's a handful of things we need to check for.
Yeah. And why is it so important that they're all within the rules?
because they're not cheating then. It's really simple. No, it's an unfair advantage. Some of the porting mods you can do is an unfair advantage.
Really?
Yeah. I know that also drastically shortens the life of the engine, and we're controlling that a little bit.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the fuel issues that have been had here? Do you think it's just par for the course racing in this heat, or do you think that there are lessons to be learned?
I think this track was always going to be a problem because it's very high grip, very hot, lot of tight corners, and the engine tuners are pushing the engines to the limit. You probably need to pull it back a bit. A lot of people are saying, oh, well, we should have bigger tanks. But then they just tune the engines more and you're back to square one, blowing engines up faster. Yeah. Really, it's a little bit of control on the engines. I hate to say it, but we should be changing back to the standard ignitions. That will be a controversial topic when you post this video.
well, we're live.
Okay. Well, it's out there. It's in the wild now, but everybody's talking about it, so it's nothing new.
And what's the reason for that? To make it more accessible? Make it more what?
The engines will last twice as long. Fuel economy is better. Engines are half the price at that point. It's just a win-win. It's a no-brainer.
Okay. We're seeing a lot of the classes, electric touring car, that the elite class is struggling, and the gap between the newcomers and the legends is so big that it's important to have a support class. What's your thoughts on that?
We have the support class is the Formula One. We leave that quite loose rules. We're not very strict on it, and that is the fun class to get people in at the Euros level. But of course, you could always say that the real level starts at a federation level in the UK, BRCA, DMC for Germany, etc. And that's where it has to start, because nobody is going to buy a car and come straight to the European Championship. It's not going to happen. So it needs to start at federation and club level. That's where everything starts.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ian. Fantastic insight. How long do you think they're going to be now?
You're about this long.
Great. We'll wait for about that long, Nick.
Yeah, I did. When he said we got to take out the engine, we got to check the balls, we got to look at this, I was thinking that's not 5 minutes. That's ages. Even a really, accurate micrometer. You can see there's Bernard Arnold. I think Bernard burnt his hand on his engine. So that the Bernard Dario, I think Dario's father's doing it, and Edward Rapetti will be taking the engines out. So they'll be stripping them down, and the various elements will be measured for compliance by the EFRA technicians. I must admit, I don't actually know the difference between a standard ignition and a modified ignition, but obviously standard ignitions don't give as much power, but everything lasts a bit longer. But it's controversial, so we'll take it. Lefty, we've got large-scale off-road next week. Is that a class you know anything about or are looking forward to seeing? It's just really, really big but slightly slower eighth cars.
Well, I love fifth scale. Looking for Connie is big into it, so I talked to him. I talked to other few gentlemen about it. Your favorite racer will be there, and his mom will be cheering him on.
Oh, Pecco, absolutely. Yeah. Pecco, who's now going to be matching Bruno by doing 3 Euros. He had a week off. Bruno did 3 Euros back-to-back, Bruno Coelho. He did the electric touring car, then he did electric off-road, then nitro off-road, whereas Pecco's done electric off-road, nitro off-road, had a week off and is doing large-scale off-road. Connie Svensson, obviously, from House of RC. He the reason he's not on this programme is because he's driving down to Austria for the fairing event, and obviously a large amount of Punta Gamer, the local beer. So yeah, I mean, I think it's been a good event. The fairing is always a great track. It puts on a lovely event. They've had the large scale there before. We've had some great races.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks that's weird. The driver stands right down in the corner. It's a weird shape. It's probably the weirdest shaped track, but I love it. I've never been there. I've watched lots of racing from there. So it should be good. It's great. Apparently, the fifth scale guys really love that track, so it should be good for them. Something I wanted to touch on real quick is I see that listening to Ian Odie, I know that name because he was like a legend back when I was doing this. A lot of effort is put into controlling the cost of engines and whatnot to keep this, I guess to keep this fair for new people coming in and all that type of stuff, which I like. I like all these type of rules and regulations. We don't really have that much in off-road because it's like, hey, you get this engine and that's it. So I understand that. On the fifth scale side in America, it's like, hey, they go as big as they can, what I saw, and I'm sure there are some rules as well on the off-road side, but definitely rules and clubs and organizations putting things together to make this class a little bit more cost-effective for people is definitely something good because this is expensive. And if you can keep it that way, I like that. I think that's good. I think that's a good separation right there.
Yeah, I think the majority of rules from EFRA and the regional bodies, EFRA and RAW and everyone else, are actually, in the end of the day, they're either designed to slow the cars down slightly because they got dangerously quick, or they're designed to make it cheaper. Or, sorry, not cheaper, control the rise in expense, I think, really, because, you know, the motors, they're quite standard. They're you start with a standard, they're called chainsaw motor, very similar. So you think about that, that's an engine that's originally comes out the factory, be it in America, be it China, be it in Taiwan, that's designed to run forever at relatively low power, doing an industrial job. And then you take it away and you report the two-stroke. You put in a different crankshaft. You effectively just end up with the casing, really, and then everything else is added to it. And these engines, you know, run to well over, I'm pretty sure, well over £1,000, perhaps even £1,500. So what, $1,800. And yeah, that you don't want to get through 3 of those a meeting. You know, we complain about tyre costs, which are quite high, but if you buy a motor that's £1,800 or $800, you'd rather like it to last you a season or more and be competitive. But you know, there are ways of tuning up two-stroke motors. You just tune them and tune them and tune them and tune them. And if you're prepared for them to go ping, which they will do, then you know, sky's the limit on finance, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's like anything. I know on-road, even in the IC, which I just found out last week was internal combustion championships. I didn't know that all this time. The IC 8-scale Euros. When is that actually? That's what I meant
3
to
weeks
ask.
time.
When is
3 weeks time in Valencia.
Okay.
I should due to a change of last-minute change of personnel. Like to be me on the mic on that one. So I wasn't going to go, but now I'll be in the comms on the 1/8 event in Valencia.
I look forward to that. I know those guys.
But even though I'm doing the commentary, looking forward to it.
I enjoy your commentary. Like, not saying I didn't enjoy Frank's, but I definitely enjoy your commentary. I know when those guys go to races, they take 5 engines or something because they go through engines a lot, you know. So, but that's the Formula One of RC. I love the speed of that class. It's great. They're amazing, you know, to her gear shifting and stuff. But man, I really think when I'm looking at these large scale cars, they're just easier for people to relate with. I don't think people should be getting into this for the first time. I mean, if they want, they can. Don't get me wrong. But I think this is a great gateway to getting what we do in front of people. I think everything is, but this is more relatable. Like, hey, that body shell looks like an Alfa Romeo. Oh, that looks like a Formula One car that I've seen on television. So people can relate with it. So I'd like to see more of this skill being used to promote RC. This and on the off-road side as well. So hopefully it gets a little. I just know it's expensive, but it's fine.
Motorsport is expensive.
All
There's no cheap
motorsports is
motorsport. There's no cheap
Yeah, that's
motorsport. It's just it's levels of expense. That's all it is. Yeah, I think it is the. You're absolutely right, Lefty. It is the class that is most easily understood by the average sports / motorsports fan. They look like touring cars, unsurprisingly, and they do handle much more like a real car because they've got that momentum, they've got that weight behind them. If you look at the way a electric touring car turns, it doesn't resemble how you would turn a real car. They've got, you know, the traction circle and the ability to turn is so different. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. This is a way of getting in. Certainly, you get nice close racing like we saw today. It's going to help even more. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We talk a lot about how we get more people in, and I think, you know, it's about in some people see the variety of RC classes. You know, there's 7 or 8 now, perhaps 8 now, European championships, and 2 or 3 other classes which are raced regularly, which aren't. But I suppose in a way, it's that variety. It means you can cater for all tastes. There are obviously more popular and less popular ones. I mean, where do you stand on the proliferation of championships, classes? Do you think we should try and narrow it down? Or do you think the more the merrier?
I think we should have an e-buggy world. I heard we might have one next year. I think because it's a very popular class, it's a very easy way for the average person to get into 8-scale racing. I think if it's racing and it's RC, we have sailing, RC sailing, they have championships for that. So if it's racing and it's RC and we can race it, I think we should have a championship for it. It also depends on the amount of people racing it worldwide as well, I would say. So while this may not be the most popular class worldwide, it is a worldwide raced event class. You know, like I said, it's popular here in Latin America. There are people that race it in obviously it's popular in Europe. It looks to be very popular in Europe. And even in America, it's probably not as popular as the normal on-road or 8 scale, but it is people that do it. So I like it. I think we should do it. I think any way we can promote RC racing is a positive note.
Well, to promote RC racing, I think we should look at the winners, and we're currently going through the F1 presentation. So let's join the team in Fiorano for the presentation of the trophies for the EFRA Large Scale Track Euros 2022.
Carlos from Spain. Congratulations. 6th place for Maron Reinhard from Austria. Fifth place for Rossignoli Saverio, Italian from Italy. 4th place for Laville Corentin from France. Congratulations. E andiamo al podio. So we are going with the podium. 3rd place for Maurizio Borsoni. Bravo Maurizio. Second place from France for Brenot Nathan. Congratulations. And then the winner got the special medal from EFRA and double trophy because top qualifier and first position on the final from France, Marino Sebastien. Congratulations. You need a van to go home with double trophy and medal. Congrats. You can open. Sorry. Congratulations. Congrats, everyone. So now we have to continue with the touring car, and first of all, we have to call the European Junior Champion, Westholm Adam. Special medal for you, Westholm, congrats. Go on the podium. The first place is your one. Okay, now it's time for the main touring car. We start with the 10th place that will took also the top qualifier trophy from Norway, Marius Hetland. Congratulations, Marius. Ninth place for Sindre Hundim from Norway. Congratulations, Sindre. Eighth place for Marrone Costantino Nicola dall'Italia. Seventh place for Gianmarco Martelli dall'Italia. Bravo Gianmarco. Sixth place for Catalani Andrea. Fifth place for Vanderbal Rick from Netherlands. Congratulations, Rick. Now the fourth place from Germany. Congratulations to Markus Feldman. Now we are going with the podium. So the third place from Croatia is for Dario Veseli. Congratulations, Dario. Now the second place for Arnaldi Bernard Alain from France. Congratulations, Ba. And now the winner, so the new European champion, Repeti Edoardo. Bravo Edoardo. Sul podio Edoardo, bravi ragazzi, complimenti a tutti. Congratulations to everyone. So, congratulations to everyone. Now it's time to let you have a little time for the future. Drive safe to come back home. Thank you very much to everyone. And hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Well, that was a traditional presentation, not quite up with the opera singers and 10,000 trophies, including one for the man who made the best servos, which we got last week in Portugal. I must admit, the opera singers were brilliant. I'm not even going to pretend I didn't think they were great. There's nothing like a bit of Nessun Dorma as they pop the champagne. Had a little bit of tear in me, I'll be honest. It's very emotive. Final thoughts from you, Lefty, about today, the final of the event in general?
Awesome. It's good. European racing. Good to have it back. It's a different type of racing. Country before brand. I love it. It's been 4 great weeks of Euros. Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. And I love this scale. I'm gonna do it when Nick, maybe you and I can race.
Well, give me a reason to go to Dominican Republic anyway, just to not for the heat and the free booze, but just for the driving. Lefty, thank you so much for joining us on this, the final show for the 2022 large scale Euros. We are back as a team next week from Fairing with a more traditional finals day for the large scale off-road, but we're broadcasting from Thursday, so Thursday, Friday, and so next week large scale off-road. We've got so much more RC for you coming up on RC Racing TV and Control, including 2 World Championships. But for now, thank you for joining us, and I hope you've enjoyed the large scale touring car Euros.